And then Adams on 3rd and goal to Michael Hicks. And the Rebels take the lead 24-17, a lead that they have right now early on in the fourth quarter. Bama's coming in here having lost 2 of their last 3. This would be a really bad blow.
They got to win today. You look at Bama, you look at the teams they have left on their schedule. Even though we don't know what type of team Tennessee is going to be in 2 weeks, they still got to play Tennessee. Still have LSU on your schedule. You know how good LSU is. And then you still have Auburn, last game of the year for them. So you're talking probably 3 losses right there for Bama. And this is a team that really has to come out, not turn the football over. John Parker Wilson's got to be effective. He's done that. I think he's played well for them this year. But Saban's teams operate off defense, and they've got to force turnovers. They got to create something here in the second half against Ole Miss, or they're in for a long year. The problem is they're in the western half of the SEC. That's LSU. You know, LSU is going to be in a championship game. They'd be better off if they were in the East.
And we're going to keep our eyes on that one. And it'd be a huge one for Ed Orgeron, too, because, you know, he's on the hot seat, and Ole Miss sees how Nick Saban shows up at Bama to start turning things around. Maybe not so fast. Homecoming at Ole Miss can change a lot of things. We're back in CSTV's Game Room. A little more trip through the Big Ten when we come back.
With Sirius Satellite Radio, you can hear what you've been missing. 69 music channels, from rock to pop, hip-hop to country, all 100% commercial-free. Get the best sports, like NASCAR 24/7, the NBA, and every NFL game every week, everywhere. Get the biggest and best in talk and entertainment, including, of course, Howard Stern. Get over 130 channels and hear what you've been missing. Welcome to Sirius, the best radio on radio.
Well, Appalachian State on the road in the big house.
One game. 4 quarters of everything these guys have in them. When suddenly, one play changes everything.
Good hold, and the kick is blocked. Appalachian State has stopped.
That's a Pontiac game-changing performance.
One of the greatest upsets in sports history.
Vote for your favorite at Pontiac.com/NCAA.
Extreme power of Energizer Lithium, the world's longest lasting AA battery and high-tech devices. Energizer, keep going.
Hey Tracy, what do you think of the new wheels?
Now you got it.
You don't get to the top of your game by making dumb decisions. So choose the tire that sets records, wins championships, and controls the competition from start to finish. BF Goodrich Tires. Take control.
It's Bobby Bowden statue. Hold your breath until we pass it.
They hit Bobby Bowden's statue.
So lifelike. Dude.
Get him!
Do you have accident forgiveness? Call Allstate to sign up today. Are you in good hands?
They're playing Beamer ball and loving it. 43-14, the Hokies lead the Dukies in Durham at the moment with 4.5 left in the fourth. Meanwhile, Texas all over former defensive coordinator Gene Chizik, 49-3 as they are just underway in the fourth quarter there. Colt McCoy with 4 touchdown passes in that game, 23 of 29 thus far. A lot of great games coming up. They're going to be kicking off shortly. LSU at Kentucky. The Tigers trying to not rely on a bluegrass miracle this time. BC at Notre Dame. We got Wisconsin at Penn State. The big one in the Big 12, Mizzou at Oklahoma. Louisville, unranked now, at Cincinnati, and the big one tonight in the SEC. Auburn at Arkansas. Is this do or die time for Darren McFadden's Heisman hopes?
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. Not only that, he's getting outplayed by another back on his team.
Felix.
But Auburn has to watch. They don't want to be the Wisconsin of last week. Auburn's the ranked team, yet they're the underdog going into this Arkansas game. They could be the Wisconsin-Illinois game of last week. Got to watch for that one.
And, of course,
I like Missouri, Oklahoma, too. That's going to be a good one to watch.
What was a good one to watch as well, if you're a Michigan fan, how did this team lose to Appalachian State and Oregon? That's understandable, but even getting blown out by Oregon.
Not ready to play.
Chad Henne to Mario Manningham beats his man deep. This is the Michigan we expected to see, and that includes Mike Hart.
Yeah, and this is the big one right here. And this is a guy that's played well all year, had his 2 best games with the 2 losses to open the year. He's kind of backed himself into this Heisman race, not because he's playing, and you look at the run right here.
Yeah, back
balance,
himself into
the
his
hand
lineman.
down. That's just a good back right there. He's going to be fun to watch on Sundays.
He is Michigan's all-time leading rusher, going in again for his 2nd score of the game. They're up 24-7. Then late in the second, here's Henne to Manningham again. We expected a lot of this.
Yeah, you really did. Even though Mallett did get a lot of games under his belt, some experience, they need Chad Henne to take them down this stretch of tough games that they're going to have leading into that big one against Ohio State.
48-20 the final there. Now, this had a lot of points as well. Minnesota against Northwestern. Amir Penix soaring in to put the Gophers up 14-7. Up 28-14. Adam Weber to Ernie Wheelwright. Gets the wheels moving. 29 yards there. They're up 35-14, but Northwestern comes back. 35-21. 4th and 3. C.J. Bechet taking the option, and he is in, making it 35-28. That is our score with just over a minute to go in that one. And what happened to Illinois? Their first conference loss of the year. They were driving late in this game, down 10-6. Eddie McGee intercepted inside the 10 with a minute to go. And so Iowa comes away with the win, 10-6. They had been on an 8-game Big Ten conference losing streak. Juice Williams also having a rough day, 9-15, and fumbling one. So Illinois not ready to win the Big Ten just yet.
Well, they're one of those teams that are still trying to find that identity, but we got to give Ron Zook credit for getting these kids to go there. They played well together. They took care of Wisconsin last week, but bottom line, man, you need consistency week to week, especially in a conference like the Big Ten. Biggest shocker so far, Michigan looks like they're getting this thing going, and they could be a force to be reckoned with. We joked about it in week 3. We said, well, maybe if they run the table, they could be in this Big Ten mix. Wisconsin, Penn State kind of played themselves out of it. Are they going to be there in the end? We don't know. We think it's going to be Ohio State and Michigan again.
Yeah, again, just like that. They're the only 2 teams left undefeated in Big Ten conference play. We have a whole nother conference to talk about later tonight. It is called the SEC. And after LSU and Kentucky are done, after our game between Rice and Houston is done, join us at 7 Eastern for SEC Game Room. Brian Curtis will be here as well. We'll see if LSU can stay undefeated at #1 in the country. For Scott Zolak, I'm Adam Zucker. Thanks for joining us. Our day still has plenty more to come here from the Game Room at CSTV. Kickoff between Rice and Houston coming up next. We'll see you back here at halftime. Let's order.
In rivalries, as in real estate, there are 3 important factors: location, location, and location. Only 3.6 miles as the crow flies separate the campuses of Rice University and the University of Houston. And just like back in the Southwest Conference days, there's more to this game than just a battle for city bragging rights. Houston is the defending Conference USA champs, while the Owls have won 7 straight conference games. The Houston Cougar Band is here and fired up at Robertson Stadium for this battle for the Bayou Bucket between the Houston Cougars at 2-3 and the 1-4 Rice Owls. It's a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Houston. Welcome, everybody. Alongside Trev Alberts, I am Tom Hart. These are 2 teams that are coming off great seasons last year. Both went to a bowl game, and Trev, Rice is trying to kind of reclaim some of that offensive outburst that they had last year. And the first guy they're looking to now is Jarrett Dillard.
Yeah, Jarrett Dillard trying to get back to the production that he had last year. An unbelievable performance his sophomore season at Rice. You see the numbers here, the 15-game touchdown streak, but really more importantly at 91 catches for 1,247 yards. yards. They've really kind of gotten off to a little bit of a slow start this year. Only 3 touchdown catches, but make no mistake about it, you see the ability. Just the body control. Former basketball player, great vertical leap. He gets up and brings down the ball. So I think a real key in this game is that Joel Armstrong will now play in this game. First time this year that Joel's been able to play at wide receiver. He's the vertical threat. He can stretch the field, take a little pressure off of Dillard, get a lot of double coverage, a lot of rolled coverage. So I think another threat on the outside certainly helps Rice.
Well, speaking of threats and wide receivers, you got Anthony Aldridge for Houston, who's a former wide receiver. Now he's in the backfield, and he's as explosive as they come.
Well, he really is. I mean, he's an explosive player, as you mentioned. It's kind of funny, we talked with Art Briles, the head coach at Houston. He said, the most complete player in college football is Anthony Aldridge, and I think you see why. I mean, you see the ability between the tackles to run. As you mentioned, former wide receiver, presents a lot of problems for you in terms of matchups on the outside. Another guy that presents problems, though, Tom, is Donnie Avery. I mean, just flat-out speed. 4.25 40, great job on the outside, had 350 yards total purpose against East Carolina. A great young man. So these two weapons, Rice will have a difficult time stopping. The question is, do they have a quarterback to get him the football?
Case Keenum and Blake Joseph will not make anybody forget about Kevin Cobb just yet, but they're two options, and they play different games for Art Briles.
Yeah, and talking with Art Briles, you know, he said, well, we don't know. We may even get down to a play specific with these two young men. I mean, obviously, they present different problems. Case Keenum, more the running guy. Blake Joseph back there in the pocket. Obviously, we'll see both of them this game.
All right, the fans have turned out. They're ready for this one on what is a sensational Saturday afternoon here in Houston. These two crosstown rivals play for possession of the Bayou Bucket. And Houston is looking to end a skin of 2 fourth-quarter losses, while Rice tries to build on an upset last week in Hattiesburg.
Cow!
Good, Aaron. Cow.
Cow!
Yes, sweetie, cow.
Cow!
Paul, where are the burgers?
Register each day at 40winners.com for a chance to win free Chick-fil-A food for a year.
CSTV lets you be the head of your own college sports channel. Put all your teams on all your screens. Find out how at cstv.com/mychannel.
I'm sure you're too young to understand, but HD really is the best way to watch a movie.
It brings the most intense movie experience right into your home. With the brightest, sharpest, boldest movies, it's the way movies are meant to be seen. And the best way to watch them is on Stars from DirecTV.
Couldn't have said it better.
Bye.
Stars now has 5 high-definition channels available on DirecTV.
The best of Chicago, 40th anniversary edition. 2 CDs featuring 30 top hits, spanning Chicago's remarkable 40-year career. Celebrate 40 years of hits. The best of Chicago. Limited edition 2 CD set at a great price. Available now.
Hello and welcome. Please listen closely as I demonstrate the safe and simple features of this pay-per-view experience. First, make sure your receiver is securely fastened to a phone line. Then, using your remote control, carefully tune to your pay-per-view movie or event and press firmly on the select button. You can also order online or feel free to use the phone, but your remote is your best option. And finally, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
CSTV Football Nation is brought to you by BF Goodrich. BF Goodrich tires take control. By Burger King, who reminds you to have it your way. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Well, it is a fantastic Saturday afternoon here in Houston. The sun is shining. The wind is blowing just a little bit to keep us cool. Even though the Cougar fans are red hot, looking for a win today, coming in at 2-3 against the 1-4 Owls of Rice, who had a big win midweek last week and an upset victory against Southern Miss in Hattiesburg. First-year head coach for Rice, David Bailiff, 1-4 to get things started, 22-19 as a collegiate head coach. And on the other sideline is Art Briles for the Houston Cougars in his 5th year. Former Texas Tech coach under Mike Leach. And a guy who details his offense on a napkin. No playbook needed for Art Briles, and trying to get used to Trevor. We talked about with him yesterday, not only one new quarterback, but two new quarterbacks after he had only really worked with two quarterbacks in his college career.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. We were talking to him, and of course at Texas Tech, he worked with Cliff Kingsbury exclusively, and then he comes to Houston, gets that job, and has a guy who starts over 50 games in Kevin Cobb. So yeah, pretty big difference if you're Coach Briles. You've got two young players, Case Keenum, who's a redshirt freshman, and then Blake Joseph, who's a sophomore. So two different guys, two different quarterbacks. But I think the interesting thing is that this offense continues to click. I mean, 468 yards per game. So certainly haven't been hurt yet, even though they're rotating two young quarterbacks.
TJ Lawrence will handle the kickoff duties, set to return. It's a freshman from Cedar Park, Texas, Tyler Smith. He's back there with Ja'Cory Shepard. And the kickoff will go into the end zone. Smith will bring it out from a yard deep, and Tyler Smith takes it upended at the 16-yard line, and a big hit by those Cougars special teams. 18-yard return, brought down by Carson Blackman.
Blackman does a good job of getting through that initial blocking scheme, going down low, and a nice big hit to start the game. A little energy for that Houston defense.
There's Jarrett Dillard, number 81, the junior from San Antonio, and the quarterback Chase Clement for Rice, completing 55% of his passes this season. Threw for 220 yards against Texas in a blowout loss. Clement is 7-7 as a starter for Rice. Had a great year last year, but missed a good chunk of the schedule because of some injuries. He's got trips to the right side and empty backfield for the Owls. They start with 5 wide and to throw, and they go on the underneath pattern for a first down that time, finding James Casey. Here are the starters for the Rice Owls. And a good line, including Barber, Hios, Wilkinson, Birkin, and Thompson. And then their specialty guys pretty young in the backfield with Justin Hill, just a freshman.
I think a real key in this game is that offensive line at Rice. David Birkin, coaches told us that he probably was playing the best of all the offensive linemen. It's an offensive line that's given up some sacks. Certainly a key to this game is allowing Chase time to throw.
The freshman Hill gets his first carry, and he gets nothing on it. Swallowed up on the inside by that big Houston line, and El Ash right at the middle alongside Trent Allen, the linebacker, filling in. He was third-team all-conference last year, was Trent Allen. It's a much sleeker Houston defense this season. El Ash is down to 268 pounds. The front four averages only 249 pounds.
Not a big group, but certainly an active group, and coaches told us this is as fast of a defense as they've had ever here at Houston.
3rd and 4 now. Clement from the shotgun. Lets it go. Catch made right at the first down marker, but a quick hit to bring Tommy Henderson down on a 4-yard gain. And Cody Lubaczewski, the linebacker, on the coverage.
Sitting in the shotgun, and Clement knows where he wants to go. Gets rid of the ball quickly, not allowing any pressure to get there. Very accurate throw, and a very important first down to start this game for Rice.
That was Henderson, the junior from Wichita Falls. Our first look at the option for the Rice Owls. And Clement cuts it back up inside and takes it to the 35-yard line, a 7-yard gain for the Rice quarterback.
I think this is really important for Rice. I mean, this offense is built to get yards on 1st and 2nd down. It's just not an offense that is comfortable in 3rd and long. Clement does a nice job that time going down the line of scrimmage and cutting it back to 7 yards.
2nd and 3 now, and a hit in the backfield, and down goes Justin Hill. They got in the backfield awfully quickly. It was Philip Hunt.
On the stopper.
See that very active defense of Houston. Philip Hunt just beats to the inside the block of Preston Thompson that time. Big 53. Coaches told us that this defensive front, El Ash, Tate Stewart, Brandon Pahulu, of course Philip Hunt, very active, good speed getting in the backfield that time.
And it was a loss of 3. 3rd and 6 now for the Rice Owls. In the air, catch made, and another first down, but the ball came loose. Was he down or not? And the umpire says he was indeed down on an 8-yard gain. Jarrett Dillard. Now they're ruling it incomplete. Jarrett Dillard had it, and they say no catch. That'll bring up 4th down instead of a 3rd down conversion.
See if we can see in the replay here. Pretty good protection by the offensive line. And
it was Brandon Brinkley on the coverage. He's moved into a starting spot today. Quint Williams will be out today with injury.
Boy, it looked to me like he had it down. And
here's Luke Juice, the punter, averaging 39 yards a punt. The big stat, though, he's the leading special teams tackler on this Rice punt team. And gets off a beauty of a kick, a high spiral, and this will drive Tarek Williams back to the 16. Williams trying to get to the sideline. He's swallowed up there, and he has a solid return to the 22. 51-yard punt that time for Luke Juice. So here comes this Houston offense led by Blake Joseph today. So a surprise start, Trev. You got the feeling that Case Keenum might get the calls today.
Yeah, I think in talking to coaches, you know, they kind of felt like that Case Keenum gave them that sort of that it factor, and you used his legs and did a great job, had a lot of mobility. And you know, last week Blake Joseph was sacked 4 times, and of course that's against Alabama. So of course they love the arm. Blake Joseph, as coaches told us, can throw the ball 73 yards. So I think we'll see both quarterbacks see which one plays better early on.
Second straight start for Blake Joseph, who started in Tuscaloosa. He gives it up to the ball now. Here are the starters on offense. First-year starters Sebastian Vollmer at left tackle, then Dickinson, Barnett, Bloch, and Akeroyd. And Harvey, big wide receiver that love to get involved.
Yeah, coaches told us they really think that Harvey is just about ready to explode. Feeling good about his practice times. Another compliment on the outside to Donnie Avery.
Play action, fires a pass complete. Here goes this Houston offense, and a quick strike to Donnie Avery, and Avery will take it all the way. 76 yards to pay dirt for the Cougars. The game program tells you that Donnie Avery runs a 4.25 40. No argument after this play.
Nothing, you know, too fancy here as Blake Joseph just goes to the right, throws it to the inside. Avery just splits the 2 defenders, and once he gets behind those defenders from Rice, nobody's going to catch him. That's that quick strike offense of Houston at work here early in the first quarter.
J.J. Lawrence puts it through the uprights, and we step away for a break. It didn't take long for the Houston Cougars. A 76-yard catch and run for Donnie Avery, his 4th touchdown of the season, and the Cougars are out front.
With Sirius Satellite Radio, you can hear what you've been missing. 69 music channels, from rock to pop, hip-hop to country, all 100% commercial-free. Get the best sports like NASCAR 24/7, the NBA, and every NFL game every week, everywhere. Get the biggest and best in talk and entertainment, including, of course, Howard Stern. Get over 130 channels and hear what you've been missing. Welcome to Sirius, the best radio on radio.
Oh, game day.
Yeah, like your breakfast.
Bergwood, your new car's rolling.
It's not stolen, I just bought it.
It's gonna hit that truck.
There's no need to swear. Hot car, huh?
It's on fire.
Do you have new car replacement? Call Allstate to sign up today. Are you in good hands?
So Appalachian State on the road in the big house.
One game. 4 quarters of everything these guys have in them. When suddenly, one play changes everything.
Good hold, and the kick is blocked. Appalachian State has stopped.
That's a Pontiac game-changing performance.
One of the greatest upsets in sports history.
Vote for your favorite at Pontiac.com/NCAA.
Houston on top of Rice, 7-0 here at Robertson. Did not take long for the Cougars to put one on the board. Donnie Avery stepping in where Vincent Marshall left off. A lot of people talk about this Houston offense, Trev, and they said, well, they really missed Kevin Cobb. Well, he wasn't the only cog. He was the one that put up the big numbers, but there are a lot of guys who contributed offensively to Houston's success last year.
Well, obviously the coaching staff told us you really just need a quarterback who can find open wide receivers and get rid of the ball quickly. And obviously Joseph did a great job that time getting outside the tackle, finding an open Avery, and he splits the seam and goes 76 yards.
No return this time. Now go to CSTV.com/roadtripcentral going south for your latest news on going south. Our friends will check in with all the coaches, players, check out the training table. 3,728 miles already for Matt and Nate this week. LSU at Kentucky, what could very well be a shootout. LSU really hasn't faced an offense like Kentucky yet this year, Trev.
You certainly haven't, and I think Florida obviously moved the ball pretty well against that LSU defense time. So I think it'd be a great game.
Some offensive confusion for Rice. Chase Clement having to direct his freshman running back and to give to Justin Hill. He's a freshman from Lake Dallas High School, and they say Justin's a guy who's improving every single week. Here are the starters defensive for Houston on the line. Some big guys who got smaller over the last few months. Hunt, Stewart, and Ash. Miller, Lubajaski, Allen, and Pahulu, the linebackers. And Harry Simon at one cornerback, and Brinkley getting the start at the other.
Tate Stewart, I think, as a young man, coach has signaled out, is just really playing well. He's playing the best of all the defensive line. Very disruptive, getting in the backfield of opposing offenses.
2nd and 7 for Rice. Back to the air again, and this pass is complete, but shy of the first down to Joel Armstrong. They're happy to get Armstrong back involved. Talked about him before. He had played in every game in his Rice career before breaking his 5th metatarsal on his right foot. The first day of two-a-days. That was a big loss for him.
And it's so important to have that other alternative on the other side of the field. You got a great wide receiver. Defenses, of course, can focus on that receiver. They can roll coverage. They can double team, even triple team. And so, as we talked to Joel yesterday, he talked about how he just would watch the film and watch the game and just knew if he had a chance to be in that game, he could make a difference. And already here in the first quarter, making a difference for this Rice offense.
Well, one of the things he talked about was trying to be a leader, and he kind of got lost in terms of what his role was on this team. He said, I thought it was tough to be a leader when you're not on the field. Then I realized it's still possible.
Yeah, you can still be a leader, but I think what he's talking about as a player, I mean, the team, the coaches just sort of have to move on. And so the attention's not there. All your attention is on the other wide receivers, whether it be Henderson or Patrick Randolph. And so it obviously, once you're in the game at practice, leadership qualities are much easier to show. So Joel Armstrong is a very important part of this offense. And of course, last year in this game, Tom, it was just a shootout. People talk about this rivalry, but even the last 4 years, but in particular last year, a 1-point victory for Houston.
And it turned into a come-from-behind win for the Cougars. 16-point deficit that they had to overcome, and they won it by 1. As you mentioned, Cobb with a big game. This is the 34th all-time meeting for these former Southwest Conference rivals. They played the very last game in the history of the Southwest Conference. When that was dissolved, the lights were turned off at Rice Stadium. The Southwest Conference was no more, and they went separate ways until they reconvened in Conference USA with Rice joining a few years ago. On 3rd and short, nothing doing for James Casey. He's the 23-year-old freshman do-everything guy out of Asley, Texas. And we've already seen him make 1 catch today. This was his first carry.
And you can see all those Houston defenders, of course, knowing 3rd and short, it was going to be a run. Linebackers up around the line of scrimmage, watching Schwartz at free safety. Pretty good job of penetration again by that defensive line, getting lower than the offensive lineman, creating that 4th down.
Here's an odd punt formation, Trev. They leave the left side wide open on 4th and short. And Houston says, we haven't seen this before. 2 guys were unblocked, 3 guys really on that side, and they will come after it. They would have had a chance if they would have gone right at the snap. Fair catch called for at the 30-yard line. We've seen some unconventional punt formations this season. That punt goes for 41, for number 41, Luke Juiced.
Next Saturday in Football Nation, the defending ACC champions Wake Forest take on Navy and their top-ranked rushing attack. It's all part of a full day of college football action on CSTV starting at 1.
Here at the phone company, you've been our customer for a long time. Now Vonage wants to change all that.
Well, over 2 million people have already switched to Vonage.
Oh, really? Don't they miss having phone service?
Actually, with Vonage, you get the #1 rated digital phone service with unlimited local and long-distance calls for just $24.99 a month. What do you charge?
It's simple, really. It starts with different basic rates, long-distance fees, and of course, different packages have different features, and some
Vonage has over 25 features, and they're included for no extra charge.
For me, Vonage is everything I want in a phone service.
It's dependable. It's perfect.
No nickels and dimes like the phone company.
Sign up now with Vonage and get 1 month free. Enjoy clear digital phone sound quality using your high-speed internet connection.
Okay, but making a change is hard, and for over 100 years, the only thing we've changed is...
Your prices?
Whoa!
Call 1-800-583-5710 or go online to betterwaytophone.com.
Cougars leading the Owls 7-0. Houston will have another crack at it here offensively. From their 31-yard line, Blake Joseph got the start today for Houston. He's already thrown for 1 touchdown pass at Donnie Avery, which went for 76 yards, and Anthony Allridge gets a touch but has nowhere to go, thrown down in the backfield by Andrew Sendejo and number 42 Robert Calhoun. This is a Rice defense which is playing without their strongest player. Brian Raines, the strong side linebacker, is out for this game.
You're going to see some initial penetration by Victor Brooks, number 90, beats the block in the backfield there, just enough to slow down Allridge. Big Victor Brooks is so important. Again, this Rice defensive line trying to create some negative plays. And a good job that time as Scott Solomon comes in to spell Victor Brooks. And Chuck Griesbach, the defensive coordinator, told us they have to find a way to create some negative plays with Houston offense.
And they're looking to get another one here as Allridge has to stretch it all the way to the sideline and finally gets forced out of bounds right at the Houston bench. It's a very young front 3 and 4 for Rice, with 3 freshmen seeing extensive playing time.
Allridge there just trying to get to the outside. Rice does a pretty good job of staying there. There's Cedeno again, just from his free safety position inside out, using the sideline as his friend.
3rd and 12.
Allridge on the season. 3 rushing touchdowns, 4 receptions have gone for scores for Anthony Allridge, and now he's on the sideline at 3rd and 12. Joseph to throw, trying to set up the screen. He'll run up the middle, throw behind the line of scrimmage, and a strike to Donnie Avery, who hauls it in and stays on his feet inside the 10. Avery all the way down to the 12-yard line, and that's why Blake Joseph is in the game, throwing on the run.
What a great job that time by Joseph as he sees nothing open, feels a little pressure, steps up, and on the run delivers a strike to Avery, who beats Brandon King, gets inside the corner of Rice, and another big play. You know, Chuck Griesbach said it over and over again. Our defense can be sound. We simply cannot give up the big play. That's the 2nd big play here early in the 1st quarter.
And on the ground, Allridge is in. That was a quick 6.
Tom, they just create so many matchup problems for you with their speed. They spread you out. You think it's going to be a passing formation. Then they have the opportunity to put 2 tight ends in. Hand the ball off to Allridge with his speed and power and toughness. And it's another 7-yard touchdown for this Houston offense.
I was a little surprised that Allridge was on the bench for that 3rd down play, which went for big yardage, put him in the red zone. Back on the field, and he gets his score. So both guys we told you about early, Donnie Avery and Anthony Allridge, have found the scoreboard here early in the 1st quarter. And Anthony's Army is out in full force today. The Jeff coaches talked about Anthony Allridge, and one of the things he brings to this no-huddle offense is that he can be used in several different personnel situations.
It's his versatility, and of course I think this is where he makes his hay right here at running back, and you can just toss it to him. And you know, the coaches told us, they said really in that Alabama game last week that they lost, he said, you know, we did a little pitch out to Allridge, and he said you could just see the team as 3 Alabama defenders converged on him and laid a lick on Allridge. He jumped up, and the rest of the team looked at him. They said that's the point with him, his leadership and his toughness. And you mentioned the matchup problems. Used to be the wide receiver. You can have the same personnel and use Allridge as a wide receiver. So it's very confusing to the defense and very difficult to defend because Allridge is so versatile.
8:16 to go in the first quarter. 14-0. Houston out in front. Another Conference USA matchup heading your way tonight at 7:30. Right after we finish here with Southern Miss hosting SMU. More on that one in a moment. Kick is in the air. And this will move Ja'Cory Shepherd into the end zone. Another touchback for T.J. Lawrence. Well, last week it was Rice with a big win in Hattiesburg against Southern Miss in a surprise victory. Tonight, Carter Blackburn and Brian Jones are at the Rock for SMU against Southern Miss. The Mustangs led by quarterback Justin Willis, but will he have enough to get by CUSA's toughest defense? It's all tonight, only on CSTV. You know, those Houston coaches, Trev, were talking about Rice, and they said, listen, a lot of people think that Southern Miss win was a fluke because of all the turnovers, but they still had to put points on the board, and they laid 31 on a team which is year to year regarded as the best defensive team in the conference.
And that's a great point. And there was 7 turnovers, and Southern Miss was down to their 3rd string quarterback. But the point is, Southern Miss isn't built that way. They're built to run the ball and play defense. So yeah, Rice did a nice job offensively.
And now Rice throwing a long completion all the way up to the 45-yard line to Torrin Dixon. Dixon has been red hot in the last 3 games, 130 yards receiving and a pair of touchdowns. Had 6 grabs against Texas Tech in a score.
Well, there was a strike by Clement that time. Just a little play action. Goes back. Good mechanics that time. Delivers a strike down the sideline to Torrin Dixon. The coaches had talked about some of Chase's mechanics were off a little bit that time. Just a beautiful throw on the outside to Dixon.
Rice from their 44.
Houston showing blitz on first down. Clement has time. Goes again in man-to-man coverage, gets a completion, and then some as he finds Jarrett Dillard. And Trev, this is a Houston defense which is working without one of their linebackers, Brendan Pahulu, who's lost with a left MCL injury.
Guy who got a lot of pressure, who had 2 interceptions, 3 sacks coming in. But this is the guy that Rice has to get the ball to. Here's Jarrett Dillard. It was funny, we're talking to Tom Herman, the offensive coordinator. He said, I tell Clement all the time, look, even though it looks like he's covered, he's not covered. If it's man-to-man, throw the ball to Dillard. He'll make a play, as he did right there.
And now Dillard at the top of the formation, matched up with Brandon Brinkley, who got the start today because of an injury. Looking towards Dillard, and in the end zone, a leaping grab down to the 2. Jarrett Dillard went high in the air to get it. 28 yards closer. Now they're knocking on the door.
You can see the impact that Joel Armstrong's having in the game. Not thrown to here, but because of his speed, has to be paid attention to. Clement goes back to the other side and finds Jarrett Dillard on a beautiful throw and catch for Rice.
And now on the ground, Rice plunges in. Marcus Knox with the score. Out of Bel Air Episcopal right here in Houston. His first rushing touchdown of the season.
Very impressive drive, a very important drive for this Rice offense. A couple huge throws from Chase Clement. A nice job that time as he hands off to the inside, and a touchdown for Marcus Knox. Had to answer. They answer the 2 quick scores from Houston and find themselves now down only 14-7 as we get late here in the first quarter.
Clark Fangmeyer bangs it through. His 49th straight point after is good. Marcus Knox from 1 yard out after the long completion to Jarrett Dillard set up the Owls. 4 plays and 80 yards. Took less than a minute. 3 big completions to Jarrett Dillard. Just the last.
Great route runner, great athlete. Just goes to the inside. Houston sitting back in a zone, and they keep him in front, but Jarrett Dillard again shows his athleticism and athletic abilities. He just goes up the highest point and brings down the ball. And then you spread him out, give a little inside handoff to Marcus Knox. Again, we talked about a very important answer for this Rice offense.
Dillard against Southern Miss had a pair of scores, but it was a career low. 2 catches for 14 yards. And now he's already in the mix in a big way for Rice. 2 of the catches on that drive, 26 and 29 yards, went for a total of 55. 3 big completions that time for Chase Clement. 24, 26, and 29 yards. Drive Rice down in less than a minute. Donnie Avery already has a score today, and on special teams he has a score this season. A 100-yard return against East Carolina tied a school record. In that game, we had 350 all-purpose yards.
Well, I don't know if you're Rice and you're looking to kick it off, and you look back to those guys who are going to be receiving the ball. You see Anthony Allridge, and you see Donnie Avery, two complete guys with speed, scare you to death.
Yeah, just kick it out of bounds, huh?
Kick it out of bounds or pooch kick it, do something, but don't give these guys an opportunity to make a play.
Luke Juice, senior from Strake Jesuit here in Houston, set to kick it off for the Owls, and he gets his left foot into it. And this is a high but short one, trying to get it to one of the up men. It'll take a hop, and it takes a good hop, and the ball is loose. Rice falls on it. Indeed, they try to return it, and the ball is covered by Rice at the 13-yard line. That's what the short kick does for you on occasion, and Andrew Sendejo making an impact.
Great job by Sendejo, and there's the short kick, the pooch kick. He just gets it up in the air over there on the sideline. The ball's on the ground. Rice gets down, and Sendejo does a great job of picking up the ball. Tarek Williams, who's back trying to field the kick, muffs the ball down there. Sendejo picks it up, and Rice is in business. Great field position after being down 14-0, stunned by a couple of huge plays by Houston's offense, and Rice is back in business inside the 20-yard line of Houston.
Well, it's been a team that has taken advantage of the turnovers. That's certainly what happened in Hattiesburg.
This is a Houston team that's 110th in the nation in turnover margin. So once again, turning the ball over, and what a great start for Chase Clement. Clement 6 of 7 so far, and coach has told us so important to get Jared Dillard started early in the game, and they've certainly done that.
New formation this time for Rice with Marcus Knox in the backfield, and they run a reverse, and not much doing that time for James Casey. Casey's a freshman from Azle, Texas. They call him Thor. He's a 23-year-old freshman who plays just about everywhere for this Rice team.
Tom was certainly impressed with the physique of James Casey yesterday as we had a chance to meet with him.
Well, the guy's ripping, and who I compared him to, we met last year with Brady Quinn from the Notre Dame game, and Brady obviously has some guns. This guy is ripped from head to toe. In fact, the coaches said, we're afraid if he has a muscle spasm, he might die. It's all he's made of. Spent 4 years playing minor league baseball as a 7th-round pick of the Chicago White Sox. Now he's back as a 23-year-old freshman over the middle. Catch made right at the goal line. Touchdown, Rice. Again, it's Jared Dillard. His 3rd catch goes for 18 yards and an Owls score.
I can't tell you, Tom, how important it is. They're finding those one-on-one matchups out there with Jared Dillard, and Clement's just doing a terrific job of delivering the ball. You try to cover Jared Dillard man-to-man, and he will beat you every time. Again, we've talked about how important it was that Joel Armstrong came back. Another alternative offensively for Rice. And they counter with another score here, answering the early onslaught from Houston.
Keith Fontenette was on the coverage that time, and how about the start? Chase Clement, he stays red hot. It's easy to be when you got a guy like Jared Dillard you can get the ball to. 4th score of the season for Dillard, who's come up huge already today for the Owls.
I'll take the blue one.
Get to the top of your game by making dumb decisions. So choose the tire that sets records, wins championships, and controls the competition from start to finish. Goodrich Tires. Take control.
extreme power of Energizer Lithium, the world's longest lasting AA battery and high-tech devices. Energizer, keep going.
Got a ball game now, sports fans. Tied at 14, 6.5 to go. The last kickoff was fumbled away by Houston, and after that, Jarrett Diddler touchdown catch tied the score. Now Houston is back out for another kick return, and they have left Tarek Williams on the bench now. He's been replaced as one of the upbacks. It's Allridge and Avery deep to return as it was before. And, well, why not just pooch it again?
Good job by Dave Bailiff of making a very good decision. Special teams coach, pooch kicking it, forcing Houston to call the fair catch. And of course, Tarek doesn't call the fair catch. The ball's on the ground, and another turnover, and Rice converted for a touchdown.
So another short one. They will let this one sail out of bounds, and Art Briles hauls it in. Take another look at this score.
Yeah, you see right here, this is Dillard right here, and all he's going to do is go down in the middle of the field. But we talked about how important it was to have another wide receiver, another option for wide receivers set that time, as Houston just drops back into their zone and Dillard gets inside the safety. But again, it's just a great throw by Clement. That offensive line that was much maligned, had given up some sacks, does a pretty good job of giving him time, and Jarrett Dillard hauls it in for another touchdown.
18 of the last 21 games he's scored. It's been a quick strike offense as usual for Houston today. Fires a pass complete.
It's a quick slike out there for Avery. It splits the defenders, and 73 yards later he's into the end zone for a touchdown. And Blake Joseph again with the arm, just stepping up away from pressure, and a terrific throw. So it's been a game of big plays. Both of these offenses doing a very good job in the passing game.
First down, Houston. Direct snap to Anthony Allridge, and Allridge takes off running. He's got room. Here goes number 22 into Rice territory, and finally hauled down at the 45-yard line. A 22. Number 22 off and running for the Cougars.
I think you can just see the speed here. Good blocks on the edge as it allows Allridge to get to the outside. A couple missed tackles there, but so difficult of a matchup for this Rice defense is Anthony Allridge.
Avery in motion. Joseph gets rid of it quickly. They go to the tight end this time, and that's good for 9.5 yards for Mark Hafner. His 14th catch of the season. It goes for near a first down for Houston.
I think one of the best things about this offense, Tom, is just the fact that they make you defend the entire field. I mean, how many times with this offense, spread offense, getting the ball to their playmakers on the outside. Now all of a sudden Mark Hafner, the tight end, sitting down in the middle of the field.
2nd and 1. I don't think that's going to get the first down. We'll bring up 3rd now for Houston. Allridge had it on the pitch. Third and short. Art Briles, the head coach of Houston in his 5th season. A Texas Tech product. 2nd head coach in school history to lead Houston to a pair of bowls. Last year, the Liberty Bowl as Conference USA champs. And a jump for Houston will have them going backwards instead of forwards.
Offense.
Jake Ebner, the fullback jump.
Remains 3rd down.
So now it'll be 3rd and 6.
I don't know. It's going to sound kind of funny. I think Houston might feel more comfortable in 3rd and 6 time. I mean, you can get back to those formations where they love to spread you out, get out of the 2 tight end situation. Here they are back with a 4 wide receiver set.
Talking to Art Briles, we really have 2 different kind of no huddles. One we just get to line quick, and the other one where we go line up, and then they check with me on the line, and that's when we get to play in via hand signal. So that's the situation here on 3rd and 6, and the officials stopping play before it can get off. You know, talk with Art Briles, who spent time with him yesterday, and his eyes just light up when he gets a chance to talk offense. Gets a chance to talk formations. That's his game. That's what he loves to do.
Yeah, an old Veer guy in high school, former high school coach, and said he really just kind of learned in high school, look, you know, they're stopping the Veer. How can I change this? Well, I'll put my quarterback back in the shotgun, and sort of evolved into the offense that he has now.
3rd and 6. Joseph has time. Now steps away. He's not necessarily the runner, but he was scrambled forward, and that will be well short of a first down as he is forced out of bounds by Cheta Osugu. Osugu, a freshman from Houston.
And I think that's just the one thing right there that Coach Briles and this Houston offense really want out of Blake Joseph. I mean, they're not asking him to do the inside zone read where he's going to be running 10, 15 times, but you do want at least a guy that's not just sitting there, you know, with complete immobility. I mean, does a nice job there of at least getting something positive, doesn't force the ball, doesn't turn the ball over. I think that was the problem with Case Keenum. Had 7 interceptions so far.
They're going for it on 4th and short with Aldridge behind center, trying to sweep and stretch it, and he has the first down and more. Anthony Aldridge dances out of bounds after he moves the chains, and the Cougars keep marching on after that 12-yard sprint for number 22.
Once again, you see the versatility of Aldridge back in sort of that wildcat formation, direct snap. Doesn't have to take the time to get the handoff, and good blocking by that offensive line, creating a crease. And Aldridge gets through it, and another first down for Houston.
So Blake Joseph back on the field to quarterback for Houston. Aldridge takes a break, 6 yards a touch already today. First and 10 from the 22 for the Cougars. Joseph will roll, want to throw, fires a strike. An 8-yard gain that time to Jerron Harvey, senior out of Jacksonville, Florida. He's one of the few big receivers they have, 6'5", 215. The rest of the guys are 5'9", 5'11 speedsters.
We talked about Chase Clement, his ability and the way he started this game, but how about Blake Joseph? Again, you get Blake Joseph on the outside, and Jerron Harvey does a nice job of running the simple out route. Good throw again on the run for Blake Joseph.
Joseph, a perfect 4-for-4 start to this game. With 2 picks. Pardon me, went to 9 of 20 against Alabama in the start.
Full start. 31. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains second down.
So another false start. That one they whistled Kenneth Atkins, the fullback. Ebner, the other fullback, got whistled on this same drive to take him backwards to a 3rd and 6, which they converted on the direct snap to Aldridge. So look at the numbers on Joseph.
4-for-4, 159, and no interceptions. That's the most important part. We talk about penalties. Coming into this game, Houston had committed 45 penalties. So the turnovers, the turnover margins, and penalties have certainly hurt this offense so far this year.
Quick toss again. Jerron Harvey has a step after the block, and here goes number 1. Jerron Harvey's first touchdown catch of the season. From 18 yards out, and some nifty footwork at the line of scrimmage to get free.
Some nifty footwork at the line of scrimmage, but how about Dustin Dickinson? Doesn't really blow anybody up down there, but how about if you're a defender from Rice, a defensive back, and big number 73 is lumbering down the field. And good job by Harvey that time, hauling it in, getting his first career touchdown.
Dickinson, the left guard, getting his 62nd straight start. And this Houston offense is firing on all cylinders. TJ Lawrence with his 3rd extra point of the afternoon. They put 21 on the board here in the first quarter, and still nearly 3.5 minutes left. They wanted to get Jerron Harvey involved. They have done that, and they've been able to do this, Trev, because Blake Joseph hasn't misfired yet. He's 5 for 5.
He's 5 for 5, but a lot of it has to do, again, by the route running, the confidence that he has in those wide receivers. You know, those coaches see these players every day in practice, and they just knew that Jerron Harvey was just about at that point where he was going to explode and have a big game. You add him to Donnie Avery and Anthony Aldridge, you've got some real playmakers on the outside.
Well, coming up this week on CSTV, Wednesday at 7 Eastern, it's Crystal Ball, powered by Pontiac. Join the crew as they look forward to another big week in Football Nation, including South Florida Rutgers in a Big East matchup and USC Notre Dame. It's Crystal Ball Wednesday night at 7 Eastern, only on CSTV. South Florida, last check, was blowing out George O'Leary's Knights of Central Florida. No big surprise there. And a lot of people won't give him credit for that win, Trev, against a very good team in Kevin Smith, the nation's leading rusher.
Yeah, I don't really understand nationally somehow there's this perception that maybe South Florida doesn't belong in the top 5, or maybe somehow their wins in the preseason really don't add up to the ranking they have. I mean, you just have to look at it. The Auburn game, the West Virginia game. We did the UCF game. We know the kind of talent they have. The Bulls certainly deserving any ranking they get.
You know, one thing that I was talking about earlier today with the coaches that are on the sideline with Jim Leavitt at South Florida. Guys like Carl Franks, Wally Burnham, who cut their teeth under Bobby Bowden. And see, I shouldn't say cut their teeth. I mean, Wally Burnham's been in coaching for 38 years. But under Florida State, under Florida, they have success there. And, of course, Dan McCarney, who came down from Iowa State after being with Barry Alvarez and Hayden Fry at Iowa. They've got some big-time coaches on that staff.
They certainly do. They got a great staff. You mentioned the score of the final was 64-13 in that game over UCF. But he's got a terrific staff. They've motivated this team. They're a well-coached team. And you add in the fact that they have terrific speed and great athletes from South Florida, and that's why they're undefeated.
Former Conference USA school, back to the air again. Here's the big tight end, Tyler Wardlow. He's got room to rumble. And he takes it all the way up to the 44-yard line. A 24-yard reception for the sophomore from Grapevine.
Clement now is 8 of 9 on the afternoon. Very accurate, has not had much pressure. 130 yards passing already for Clement.
Neither defense has stepped up early in this one. The offense is moving at will here in this Conference USA showdown in the battle for the Bayou Bucket between the Rice Owls and Houston Cougars. Clement from the shotgun. Hands it off to his freshman running back, Justin Hill. Pardon me, that is Marcus Knox, and Knox gets a couple of yards before he goes down. 4-yard carry for Knox, who's been bothered by a sore right knee. Didn't play against either Texas Tech or Baylor. And only had 1 carry against Southern Miss. Already a couple of touches this afternoon for the sophomore from right here in Houston. Quickly back to the line is Rice. They check with the sideline. Playing the call, offensive coordinator Tom Herman. And Herman didn't have to make a ton of adjustments. He was at the University of Texas when Major Applewhite played there. And of course, Major Applewhite, their coordinator last year, has moved on to Alabama. Carried now by Justin Hill. Nowhere to go for Hill. But you worry sometimes about a team, Trev, and about these student athletes, even though they're Rice student athletes and very bright guys who have to deal with 3 different head coaches in the course of just 3 years.
Very difficult. I mean, I don't care who you are, what kind of intelligence you have. You have a lot of different systems. It's difficult to pick up, and Rice simply hasn't had the numbers and depth that other teams have.
3rd and 8 now for the Owls. That's Dillard in motion. Clement looking that way, incomplete. Dillard wanted a flag on the coverage, won't get it. Lois Means, a freshman, with the coverage. That brings up 4th and 8.
Really the first ball all day that sort of sailed on Clement that time is Dillard came in motion. They ran sort of that little pick route where he comes in, then goes back to the outside. It's just a little tall to the outside of Dillard.
41
Luke Juice, the senior from Houston, set to punt this one away. They go with a much more traditional punt formation here to the Owls. A high kick into the wind, and this one will sail out of bounds as Tarek Williams watches it. And we'll see where they mark this one. The officials run all the way up past the 30 to the 32-yard line. After that kick from Juice, who is averaging 39 yards a punt this season for Rice. That one only goes 23. Now Blake Joseph has gotten off to a red-hot start. He was kind of a surprise starter today for the Houston Cougars.
He's done a great job all day. The offensive line giving him time, but just pinpoint passing. You can see his arm strength here on the run. Steps up in the pocket, throws a strike again. Coach has just raved about his physical ability in terms of throwing the ball. Good decision there. Gives it to the outside of Harvey, and another touchdown for Houston.
They fake the handoff to Aldridge. He wants to go deep again. Look at this gun. Donnie Avery hauls it in. There he goes. 67-yard strike to Donnie Avery. I don't think you'll see a prettier pass today in all of college football.
I don't know where Blake Joseph has been, but what a great start to this game, and so accurate, great on the deep ball, but they're getting that man-to-man coverage on the outside. Gary Anderson that time trying to cover Donnie Avery. That 4.25 speed just simply beats the corner, and just a terrific throw from Joseph.
We are still in the first quarter, and Houston has put 28 on the board. It's the Cougar offense, which came in averaging 32 points a game.
See Joseph there, just a little fake inside handoff and just throws it up in the air. Great throw. Avery simply runs under it and beats the coverage by Gary Anderson. It's just the little nuances of that offense, Tom, though, as you do that little play action fake, draws a safety just a step. That allows Joseph enough time to step into the throw. No pressure from Rice's defense. And again, you see the speed of Donnie Avery.
3 catches for Donnie Avery today. 208 yards for those 3 grabs and a pair of scores.
And it's not like Donnie Avery is just running past Rice's defenders. I mean, you have to understand he had 4 catches for 104 yards against Alabama's secondary last week.
Avery and Jerron Harvey each have touchdown catches for Houston, coming from Blake Joseph. That one goes for 67 yards. The other one was 70 plus for Avery. Senior from here in Hastings High School here in Houston. They said, Trev, they were right on. They said they want to get Donnie Avery touches early in the game. That's exactly what Houston has been able to do. We've still got a minute 12 left in the first quarter. And they've gotten him plenty of not only touches, but big time touches. And now Rice back out trying to answer again.
That's how it always is when you have a great player. Just like Rice is trying to get the ball to Dillard early to get them in the flow of the game. And Houston, of course, doing the same thing with their stars, Avery and Aldridge. You try to get them actively in the game early. Both of these teams did a pretty good job of getting their stars the ball. And so far, all of them have been making big plays. Not a lot of defense here so far in the first half.
Look at the yards.
Substitution infraction. 12 men in the huddle. Number 12 on the offense. That's a 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
Too many men in the huddle for David Bailiff's Owls. That'll push him backwards, facing a 1st and 15 from the 15. But both quarterbacks are red hot to start this one. A combined 14 of 16. With 4 touchdowns for Clement and Joseph. And 379 yards combined through the air for these 2 quarterbacks. Clement in the air again, a little underneath route. Nice run. And after the catch, a first down sprint for Torin Dixon. Goes for 18 yards, and there's a Rice first down.
Got the matchup that they wanted. Clement does a nice job of looking to the right initially, then goes back to the left. 4 wide receiver sets. See Clement go right, then go back to the left. Found that matchup he wanted. As you get the linebacker in the matchup, Cody Lubajaski that time beaten on the inside route.
It's been like a 7-on-7 day for both sides. Just out here throwing it around like it's summer camp. No flag. There it comes from the line judge, Cody Lubajaski. The linebacker had both hands on his man, Torin Dixon.
And you can see what Tom Herman, the offensive coordinator, is trying to do here.
Pass interference. Number 31 on the defense. That's his 34 on the defense. That's an automatic first down at the spot of the foul.
See, Tom, you can see again, as I mentioned, what Rice is trying to do. Houston runs that 4-2-5 defense, which allows them with 5 defensive backs to match up, but they're still able to get a matchup with their 4 wides on the inside against one of those 2 inside linebackers of Houston.
So the first quarter coming near an end, but still plenty of time, you'd think, for these 2 teams to trade scores the way it's been going so far here today. Clement flush in the pocket for one of the rare times today, and he's able to show his wheels and get out to set up a 2nd and short.
The Houston coaches told us, look, you can say what you want about their offense, and certainly Dillard's an outstanding player, but you finally do a pretty good job of covering those wide receivers, and Clement has enough speed with his legs to beat you. Good scramble that time by Chase Clement.
Clement didn't have a chance to show that speed against their Big 12 opponents. He was sacked 14 times in the Big 12 games against Texas, Texas Tech, and Baylor. Guy missed 5 games with injury, and it was amazing talking to him yesterday that he was able to really get into a rhythm. Here's a draw, and that is chased down from behind by Philip Hunt.
Philip Hunt does a nice job, as does Shamari Williams. Williams is in the game for the injured Brendan Pahulu. Both of those end guys crashing down. See him here, both of the guys on the end beat the block initially. Hunt breaks it. Shamari Williams in the backfield.
It's a little bit of option here on 3rd and short, and first down Rice. Justin Hill takes it past midfield and into Houston territory for 6 yards. We finally come to an end here in the first inning after this shootout here in the Lone Star State as Houston and Rice battle for the Bayou Bucket. It looks like it'll be an offensive type of afternoon here at Robertson Stadium.
That is the end of the first quarter.
Oh, honey, it's Gorman. He's having problems at work again.
Will be going. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Game over.
Watch and control your home TV with Slingbox anywhere you can get an internet or cellular connection.
You should have traded that guy a long time ago. Fired. Fired.
Slingbox.
Introducing the DirecTV Rewards Visa, the credit card that gives you once-in-a-lifetime rewards money can't buy. Turn your ordinary purchases into extraordinary rewards. Imagine talking sports with your favorite athlete, dancing with celebrities at Hollywood parties, or taking your own walk on the red carpet. Earn points with every purchase. Redeem them for once-in-a-lifetime rewards. The DirecTV Rewards Visa, the credit card that gives you rewards money can't buy.
Hello and welcome. Please listen closely as I demonstrate the safe and simple features of this pay-per-view experience. First, make sure your receiver is securely fastened to a phone line. Then, using your remote control, carefully tune to your pay-per-view movie or event and press firmly on the select button. You can also order online or feel free to use the phone, but your remote is your best option. And finally, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Hockey's newest stars are busting the game wide open. NHL Center Ice on DirecTV. Follow your favorite team no matter where you live. Get up to 40 games a week from around the league, plus select games in crystal clear HD. Just 4 payments of $42.25. Break away now. Order NHL Center Ice and never miss a moment. Visit DirecTV.com or call 1-800-GET-SPORTS today.
Big games for some big-time receivers already here through this is just through 1 quarter, folks. Donnie Avery averaging 69 yards a catch. Jarrett Dillard has been an impact player today for Rice.
Done a great job. Goes up and gets that one, brings it down again. Clement good at the job with his eyes. Goes left, back to the right, into the end zone for Dillard. And then Avery. I mean, the speed is ridiculous. Getting to the outside, getting behind the defenders. Over 200 yards receiving so far. At some point, whether it be double coverage, triple coverage, must find a way to slow down the speed of Donnie Avery.
Somebody should go check Galveston Bay because I think both of these defenses are just taking the day off, hanging out on the beach. Neither defense has shown up today. The only key players on special teams return on a fumble kick return. That's over the top. Another big grab and another fine catch. This time it's James Casey, former minor league pitcher, on the receiving end, that time for 28 yards.
Casey just running free down the seam. He's going to sit down right in the middle, right there in front of the defender. And a good catch for James Casey.
Well, he is a true athlete. You may see him at defensive end today. Probably will see him at quarterback, maybe get a couple of carries in the backfield. And how about this? He took 19 hours his first semester at Rice, got a 4.0. 19 hours playing football and all A's. Clement looking to the end zone. Incomplete that time.
Finally, Houston that time just gets a little bit of pressure as Shamari Williams gets some pressure on Clement. To go back to the young man Casey, you're talking about the fact that he had those 19 hours and 4.0. The coaches said, look, they can't get the guy off the field. I mean, the guy just loves football so much, and that's sort of how they used him at quarterback. They found him at the end of practice. He's throwing the ball around and said, wow, this guy's got an arm. married. Time management skills.
He loves football because he learned in minor league baseball that it was very much an individual sport as guys try to work on their own numbers and move up. And football is a true team sport. Hill shuffles in the backfield. Clement puts it in his belly, and he is swallowed up for a loss. L. Ash, a transfer from Tennessee, gets in the backfield.
L. Ash wasn't buying that play fake that time. Clement tries to act like he's going to throw, just puts the ball into the belly that time of Justin Hill, and L. Ash gets off the blocker and makes the play in the backfield.
Ash, one of those big defensive linemen, getting a lot stronger thanks to strength and conditioning coach Larry Jackson. They feel faster and they can play longer. They're able to stay out there for more plays each and every game. Come in handy on a warm Saturday afternoon like today. 3rd and 14 for Rice. Clement steps up. Now we'll try to scramble. Got a long way to go, so he lost it into the end zone. A leaping grab by Dillard. He loses it as he comes down. Lois Means on the coverage. How did Jarrett Dillard even make this close?
I don't care, Tom, that it wasn't a touchdown and ultimately the ball came out, but you see the athleticism of Jarrett Dillard. Pretty good athleticism as well by Chase Clement as he gets out. But look at the throw. Look at the vertical by Jarrett Dillard to go up initially to get the ball, and Lois Means does a pretty good job of coming down and breaking up that pass.
40-yard attempt here for Clark Fangmeyer. And Houston was out of position. We'll use a timeout. Fangmeyer's long is 44, and Houston has been deplorable on special teams. Missed 3 would-be game-winning field goals against East Carolina. 28-14 Cougars out in front of the Owls. They'll be attempting a field goal when we return.
With Sirius Satellite Radio, you can hear what you've been missing. 69 music channels, from rock to pop, hip-hop to country, all 100% commercial-free. Get the best sports like NASCAR 24/7, the NBA, and every NFL game every week, everywhere. Get the biggest and best in talk and entertainment, including, of course, Howard Stern. Get over 130 channels and hear what you've been missing. Welcome to Sirius, the best radio on radio.
Now get big arms, a ripped chest, and cut abs with the Perfect Push-Up. The Perfect Push-Up works with the natural rotation of your arms and shoulders to maximize results and minimize stress on your body. With the Perfect Push-Up, your hands, arms, and shoulders rotate 90 degrees, just like in a punch. All the energy of a push-up is captured and transmitted right where you want it, to the muscles. There's no wasted effort, just muscle-building movement. And as your arms rotate, you feel it work in your biceps, your triceps, your chest and abs, and your shoulders. Invented by a U.S. Navy SEAL and made with steel and a ball-bearing movement, it's the push-up perfected. So here's the deal. The Perfect Push-Up is only 2 payments of $19.95. When you order, you'll receive 2 Perfect Push-Up rotational handles, and you'll also receive the Navy SEAL-inspired Perfect Push-Up workout chart. You'll be ripped in no time. Get big fast. Call right now for the Perfect Push-Up.
Call 1-800-640-6823.
28-14, Houston out in front of Rice. Field goal attempt for Clark Fangmeyer. 3 for 3 for 40 to 49 yards, from 40 to 49 yards. It's a bit windy up here on top of the stadium, but it doesn't seem to be much of an issue down on the playing surface. And so this attempt is long enough and good. And Fangmeyer is on the board. 17 points for Rice now. Well, time now to take a look at the Conference USA Rising Star, presented by Geico. Today's Conference USA Academic Rising Star is Robbie Hios, senior guard from Pearland, Texas, a kinesiology major, and he was just this week named to the Dratty Award watch list as a semifinalist. And you look at what he has done academically, and the Dratty is really the academic Heisman is what they call it. What does that come with? With a winner gets a $25,000 scholarship for post-grad school, and Robbie Hios is one of those. We were able to tell the Rice staff about that on the call this week. So hey, that email just popped into my inbox. Hey, you're talking about your offensive line. How about how smart these guys are? And the reaction was one you would typically hear from the Rice coaches. They're like, you know what, that just doesn't surprise us.
And they actually mentioned all three of those interior guys, Robbie Rios and Austin Wilkinson, David Birkin, the three of those guys. Tom Herman, the offensive coordinator, thought those three interior guys really had made a lot of progress, were playing awfully well for David Bailiff and his offense.
You know, Tom Herman should know something about bright guys.
Hey, he's your Mensa,
Yeah,
right?
he's a member of Mensa.
Tom had to look that up, Google that, found out that's the top 2%. Nation, IQ,
intelligence, really. We got members from ages 4 to 94. Safe to say I'm not one of them. Nobody's sent me any material or invited me to be part of that.
Well, I think you got to take the test first.
I take a test every weekend, Trev. I don't always pass. I take a test. Blake Joseph has passed with flying colors through one quarter today. A perfect 6 of 6. 244 yards, a career high already for Joseph. Came in averaging just 158. For those big gains, he has Donnie Avery to thank. So back at it, back to work for Blake Joseph. Wanting to throw, the man in his face gets to Avery. The ball is loose. Is that picked off? Rice has it on the carry. Randy Kitchens, a freshman from Robinson, Texas, with the quick hands.
You see Joseph here just wanting to get the ball out of his hand quickly. And Kitchens does a nice job of staying with it. Under a little duress on the outside. Avery goes down, kind of pops the ball up, and I think this play is going to be reviewed, Tom.
Certainly looks like a grab there. I think if Andrew Sendejo doesn't come in to lay a lick on Avery, he would have been able to get his hands on it or knock it down. Instead, it left the ball in the air and a free path for Randy Kitchens.
Incomplete pass. The ball had hit the ground. Second down.
They rule it incomplete.
See the pass from Joseph here. It skips on the turf.
Okay.
Avery doesn't quite get his hands underneath it, then gets to his hands. He pops it up. Sendejo with the blow, and Kitchens with what he thought was an interception.
They are reviewing that play to get another look, and one of the reasons they might be taking another look to see if that was a backwards pass. It wasn't. Avery was standing right at the 20-yard line, and quarterback Blake Joseph would have been at least 4 yards deeper than that.
See a look from this angle here. The ball clearly hit the ground before it got to the hands of Donnie Avery. Hits the ground, hits the numbers, pops into his hands. He sort of pops it up. So this should be a pretty quick replay.
Well, there's one team in red putting some points on the board today. The Houston Cougars with 28. Another team in red, Trev, not doing so well today. Your Nebraska Cornhuskers did not have a good afternoon, being blown out at home by Oklahoma State 45-14.
We have reached a new low for futility if you're a Nebraska Cornhusker fan. It's one thing to go on the road, a difficult environment to Missouri and lose that game.
On the field. It was an incomplete pass. Second down, Houston ball.
It's a good call. But on the road, you get blown out. You come back home, the friendly confines, Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska, and get embarrassed by an Oklahoma State team. With all due respect to Coach Gundy, who themselves have looked very good, but also themselves have struggled at times.
Well, he's 40, Trev. I mean, come on. Second and 10 now for Houston. You are very disappointed in your alma mater.
I am. I'm having.
You're bummed out.
I am. It's reached a new low, and the embarrassment factor is certainly there.
Donnie Avery shuffles into motion for Houston. On second and 10, Joseph tries to set up the screen to Aldridge, and that is blown up. Another big play by Kitchens, who would have had the interception on the play prior. And Randy Kitchens getting a chance to take advantage of playing time here in the second quarter for Rice. That is a loss of 4.
That's a good read by Kitchens that time. Anytime you see those offensive linemen immediately come down the field, his old number 4 is just going to sit tight out there, reads the offensive lineman, comes up and makes a nice play.
3rd and 13 now for Houston. Joseph Hayes pressured, steps away from it, and gets it off to Avery, and that's good for a first down. They're just kind of making it up on the fly here, are the Cougars.
Well, and Joseph does a nice job that time as they get a 17-yard gain. You see the little fake in the inside handoff, feels the pressure, tries to escape. He's got good size, good strength, breaks that tackle, on the run again, gets rid of it, and throws another strike to Avery.
17-yard gain. Here's the pitch to Aldridge, cuts it straight up the middle, then cuts back, runs into his own man, one of his offensive linemen at the 40. May have had smooth sailing had he not found Jeff Aykroyd. It goes for 7 anyway.
Just exhausting watching this offense and all the different formations and personnel groupings in Rice's defense. Just they dictate to you what you're going to do. Now you got 4 wide receivers, single back.
Almost 18 yards of play for Houston. And remember, they're doing it without guys like Vincent Marshall, Kevin Cobb, Jackie Battle. Here's Aldridge. He will turn this into a positive gain. Stepped out of bounds just before midfield at the 48-yard line. 7-yard carry for a first down for Houston.
Again, I think you can just see the speed. I mean, this is a play that really should be stopped in the backfield as Aldridge gets some initial penetration from that Rice defense. But again, just the speed to get back to the corner. And a positive play for this Houston offense.
Again, play action. Joseph steps up and steps right into the arms of big number 93, Scott Solomon. He's a true freshman from San Antonio. And they love this guy's toughness. They said he's a guy that came in and tested well in the weight room. A lot of times with freshmen, you worry about their mental aptitude and also their physical aptitude, being able to come in as a young guy and be strong enough to battle against upperclassmen. That wasn't the case for Solomon, who stands 6'3", 250.
They've had 14 freshmen that have had to play. Coaching staff said really none of them should have played, but they've had to pull those red shirts. They've had 4 true freshmen playing along that defensive line.
3 as starters on the defense, including Joseph Leary and Cheta Ozuku. The 2nd and long now, slant pattern, ball knocked out of the hands of Aldridge. He couldn't pull it in. Andrew Sendejo, sophomore from Canyon Lake, Texas, with the coverage. Sendejo is a guy who's been all over the place for Rice. He started the year at strong safety, then had to move to free safety after Bensel Smith was lost with a foot injury in the kickoff of the season opener.
He's really been their playmaker back there. Had a couple interceptions against Southern Miss and had 33 tackles on the season coming into this game.
Third and 15 now for Houston. Pressure on, doesn't see it. Down goes Joseph on the blind side sack.
34 on the sack of the quarterback, Garman.
You're going to see the pressure is going to come from right up here as he comes off the edge, and no turnout block. No one picks him up. And that's the first real pressure in this game that Rice's defense has brought to Blake Joseph.
That was Terrence Garman with the sack, and the Rice defensive coaches have shuffled in a host of backups and big-time guys on the bench getting a breather, and their backups are making plays. Here's a chance for a return for Ja'Cory Shepard. What a hit on the return. Shepard brings it out to the 20-yard line, but it was number 29, Carl Taylor, who had a cleat lifter on the first would-be tackler. Carl Taylor is a junior from Dallas, and this one just blows up. Old number 24, Desmond Payne.
Welcome to the new shape of fast. Introducing the new Pontiac G6 GXP Street Edition. Pontiac, designed for action.
Chatty Cathy, I'm McGill's famous talking dog. We call the ring, and you say 11 different things.
My car insurance rates are too high. Really? I just saved a bunch by switching to Geico.
Just pull the ring. You never know what she'll say next.
Pull that string one more time. I dare ya.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Well, the shootout continues here at Robertson Stadium. 28-17 lead for Houston as they battle with Crosstown Rice for the Bayou Bucket. Today's Aflac trivia question: which Rice Owl alumni has won the most Super Bowls? Remember, they played a couple Super Bowls on campus there at Rice Stadium. Clement puts the ball into the hands of his freshman running back Justin Hill, and Hill with 4 yards. Here's your answer. Trev, you knew this one right off the bat. Going through this yesterday. Larry Izzo.
One of the better special teams players that's really ever played in the National Football League. So long for the Miami Dolphins. Sort of looked like Zach Thomas.
Well, Izzo was a 4-year Letterman, 3-year starter at Rice, finished 4th on the all-time tackle list. Clement down the sideline drop. Big opportunity for Corbin Smitter. He was all alone.
You can see as Clement goes to the right, sort of waits for Smider to get between the 2 defenders and tried to turn and start to run before he put the ball away.
It is 3rd down.
3rd down and 6. Clement has to rush. Hunt behind him. Pass is knocked away. That time aiming for Dillard. Fontenette on the coverage.
Got a little bit of pressure that time on Clement as he rolls to the right. Was feeling Philip Hunt behind him. See Clement here is 53, is bearing down, trying to throw back across his body. Difficult throw, trying to find Dillard. Fontenette does a nice job of breaking up that pass.
Luke Juice back on for Rice. Along at 52 already today. And he's got Tarek Williams back standing on his 26-yard line. This is another dandy from the left-footed Juice. Williams chased all the way back on his hand on it, fumbled it away all the way down to the 1, and he goes down in the end zone or at the 1-foot line. And they'll say he's down at the 1-foot line. That's his second special teams mistake for Tarek Williams. Remember, he couldn't get his hands on that kickoff that led to a Rice score.
See Williams here just kind of misjudges the ball as it comes down and then slips down by the goal line. A rough day on special teams for Williams.
Yeah, he was lucky just to fall on it and get on it. Here's Anthony Aldridge now averaging 6 yards today.
Such a weapon, his versatility, using him in so many different positions. You get in those running formations, being a passing formation, inside handoff, quick toss to the outside.
And here's the pitch. Aldridge bottled up, gets out of the end zone by just a yard. And so Houston trying to work out of this hole after that 75-yard punt.
Cheta Ozugwa does a nice job. Big number 55 gets off on the snap, gets into the backfield. And Aldridge is lucky just to get out of that end zone. Big Cheta, 7 tackles on the year coming into this game.
Just happy to have Cheta back healthy again. Missed all the fall in the first couple of games. 2nd and 10. Joseph standing in his end zone. has time. Lets it go right over the middle. Big hit and a big pick for Rice. First pick today I should say, and Carl Taylor is able to haul it in after the pop by Sendejo.
What a hit by Andrew Sendejo that time, as Blake has all kinds of time. Look at Joseph back here, the offensive line. He waits, and tries to find Mark Hafner, his tight end, and the huge hit by Sendejo. Watch his head just pop back. And Carl Taylor with a big interception. Rice is in business inside the 5.
That may have rung Sendejo's bell. Remember, it was Taylor who had the big hit on special teams a moment ago. Now he's able to take advantage. The junior from Dallas's Carter High School with his first official pick. He had a pickoff against Southern Miss when they attempted a 2-point conversion. Into the end zone, touchdown Rice. Taylor Wardlow.
Well-designed play that time, Tom. As you do the little misdirection, the offensive line running back go to the right. The defense, of course, goes that way. Funna goes then back to his left. Watch the whole offensive line go to the right. He goes back to the left. With a little misdirection play to the tight end. That time, Taylor Wardlow.
First touchdown for Wardlow on the season, and with a big tight end. His second catch. All of Wardlow's 7 catches came in just 2 games, against Texas and against Baylor. And a 5-yard touchdown reception here in this Conference USA matchup. Another CUSA matchup heading your way tonight at 7:30 right here on CSTV from The Rock in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. As Southern Miss plays host to Phil Bennett and SMU. The Mustangs led by dual threat QB Justin Willis. Will they have enough to get by Conference USA's toughest defense? That's later on tonight on CSTV. It has been a wild year in Conference USA play, and so SMU goes into Hattiesburg, and on a typical night you say, well, it'll be a tough test for Phil Bennett's team. But after Rice went into Hattiesburg midweek last week and got a win against the Golden Eagles, nothing should be taken for granted. And I think in that way, Trev, Conference USA is a nice little sample of what college football is all about here in 07.
You're really right. And I mean, I think even this game is even a smaller sample. I mean, the craziness that we've even had in this game with the turnovers, the offense. I think you're right. The big picture in college football, no longer can you just assume Division I AA schools can go into Michigan and get a big win to start the season. Anything can happen in college football. It's been the best year as a fan in college football.
Aldridge from the 3 makes it out, lost the ball, and Houston says they've got it. Did a red shirt fall on it? No, Rice football. After the 11-yard return, he coughed it up. And Chris Jones, another true freshman, scoops up another special teams mistake.
Just another turnover for this Houston offense. As Rice kicks off, Aldridge back there, sure-handed guy, finds a hole, gets up. Just a good hit that time by Rice. And
Justin Att was the one on first contact.
Chris Jones comes up with a turnover, and once again, Rice inside the 15-yard line, down 4.
Marcus Knox and Justin App were there. That's, as they review this one, that would be the second kickoff return fumbled away by Houston. And then, of course, the muffed punt by Tarek Williams set up another Rice score before the interception. Take another look.
See if they're going to see when that ball came out. That ball is out.
Ball was well out before Aldridge went to the ground.
It's a good job of tackling the ball right there. Also have the Aldridge wrapped up, but a good job of the defender right there of going for the ball. He sizes him up, tackles the ball, and just strips it out of there.
And there it is between Knox's legs.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed by video. The ball was fumbled by the receiving team and recovered by the kicking team. First down, Rice.
Well, after that pick moments ago, Chase Clement and company on the very first play took a shot in the end zone, even though it was only from 5 yards out. And even though Rice trails Houston by 4 here in the second quarter, it certainly seems like they have the Cougars on the ropes. We always talk week to week, Trev, how football is a game of momentum, and Houston has had a rough second quarter.
Had a rough second quarter. You give Rice a lot of credit. I mean, down 14-0 to start the game, could have folded, kept fighting back. That's what happens in rivalry games.
Looking for Dillard. Knocked away. Good coverage by Kenneth Fontenette. Matched up with a strong safety, but Fontenette was their boundary corner before injuries moved him to strong safety.
I like Kenneth Fontenette. You can tell that he has some of those corner skills as he beats Dillard to the inside for that route to break up the pass.
A show option. Clement drops back, looking for somebody, goes to his running back, threw it out of bounds with pressure on. Matt Nicholson was in his face.
Good decision by Clement that time. You show the option and everything goes to the right, sort of that misdirection type play again. Everything goes to the right, then wait for those receivers on the right to come back across the field. Clement looks back to the left. They're covered, so he throws it away.
Just 1 of 5 throwing on third down today for Rice. Trying to take advantage of the fumble kickoff by Anthony Allred. Clement over the middle, catch made, catch and run by Jared Dillard. He is towards the line and has a first down. First and goal, Rice. And Trev, was almost like he used the official as a shield to get some more yardage.
Another 12-yard gain for Dillard that time. He did. There's the official. You run right behind him. Sort of use him to pick some of those defenders. But again, a nice throw by Clement, getting the ball to his playmaker in space.
Rice quickly to the line. Clement barked out the signals, now stops to take a look from the sideline. Here comes the call. Chance Talbot, tight end in on the left side. They go too tight here. Looking for the fade. Dillard knocked away. Brandon Brinkley with the coverage. That is a tough task to ask Brandon Brinkley, who has stepped into a starting role today.
They're going to get the man coverage on the outside as they throw it. I tell you what, if I'm the coach, I tell Clement, forget just throwing it like that. Throw it high. Allow Jared Dillard to go up and make a play.
Second and goal. Dillard matched up with Brinkley again. Brinkley had that key pick against Alabama with just about 3 minutes left to go in Tuscaloosa. Set up the final play, and the Cougars couldn't haul it in, losing on the road to Nick Saban's team. Here's the give to Casey, and he has nowhere to go, but he uses his muscle to fight through. Holy smokes. James Casey was down at the 5, and he flat muscled up and bowed his way into the end zone.
What a great run by James Casey as Cody Pree, big number 56, had great penetration that time, is in the backfield. Watch 56 as he beats the block of 73 Austin Wilkinson and simply cannot bring down James Casey as he breaks about 3 other tackles and gets into the end zone.
James Casey, 6'4", 245. He ended up at Rice, not based on his highlight tape from his high school play, but after the coaches turned it over and saw a picture of him with his shirt off. He was all guns, and he's into the end zone for Rice.
Hey, boss, do we have Aflac?
Yeah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
It's a Bobby Bowden statue. Hold your breath until we pass it.
They hit Bobby Bowden's statue.
So lifelike.
Dude.
Get him!
Do you have accident forgiveness? Call Allstate to sign up today.
Are you in good hands?
With Sirius Satellite Radio, you can hear what you've been missing. 69 music channels, from rock to pop, hip-hop to country, all 100% commercial-free. Get the best sports, like NASCAR 24/7, the NBA, and every NFL game every week, everywhere. Get the biggest and best in talk and entertainment, including, of course, Howard Stern. Get over 130 channels and hear what you've been missing. Welcome to Sirius, the best radio on radio.
We got a three-point game. Rice out in front for the first time today. With 7:10 to go in the second. Nothing special about Houston's special team.
Special teams really been a problem for Art Briles' crew. As Jarrett Williams really struggled in the first half. A couple fumbles, and there misplays it right there. It's down almost to the goal line. Then you have a big hit and a turnover. Aldridge gets the ensuing kickoff, and he fumbles it. Rice has capitalized on these turnovers from Houston.
You know, we were talking earlier about you don't necessarily want to kick off to guys like Avery and Aldridge, but now you want to put the ball in the air and hope you get a play on it. Strong foot will put Avery back into the end zone. He'll try to bring this one out. Here comes Donnie Avery. And Avery dances his way through a couple of would-be tacklers and all the way out at the 34-yard line. Luke Juice, the kicker, brought him down. Another tackle for Juice.
All right, that's 8 tackles now for the kicker slash punter, Luke Juice. Leading the team in special teams tackles, Tom. I mean, what do you do if you're a coaching staff? Typically, you don't want your punter or kicker making plays. You don't want to get hurt. But if he's the best, you know, the best choice you have, the best alternative, you're going to go ahead and let him make the play.
Bottom line is, you don't want that guy leading your team in tackles.
Yeah.
Aldridge on the ground, cuts it back, and here he goes past midfield. A big gain for Anthony Aldridge. Finally brought down by Ja'Cory Shepherd after 20 yards. After a strong start for Blake Joseph, he started 6 for 6. He's only hit on one of his last 4 passes. 1 of 4 for 17 yards and a pick after starting 6 for 6 for 244 and 3 touchdowns.
Anthony Aldridge continues to be that playmaker at running back for Houston. Did have the turnover as a kick returner, but we've seen his speed already, his versatility, getting to the outside, a little inside handoff, nothing special, but then a great individual athleticism and speed to get to the outside for a big game.
Aldridge flanks Blake Joseph. Joseph quick hit to Avery, and he couldn't haul it in.
So you've mentioned some of those numbers for Blake Joseph, but there's another example of another drop from Donnie Avery, and maybe it was a poor decision trying to find Hafner, his tight end, down there inside in their own when they were backed up, and he had the big hit and the turnover, but he's still been fairly accurate. The wide receivers have not exactly helped him here in the second quarter.
And most of that yardage, 244 yards, came on a couple of big passes to Donnie Avery. He's averaging 56 yards a catch. Maybe he just didn't want to haul that one in because it would have hurt his average.
Folks, we're in the first half here.
A lot of football left to be played. So here's Avery trying to set up the wide receiver screen, and he lurches forward to the 40-yard line. They had big number 77, Jeff Aykroyd, out there. Remember, we were talking with Art Briles yesterday about some of the funky formations that Missouri uses with offensive linemen way split out in the polecat.
Yeah, I remember.
And
well, Tom, you had some plays that you had manufactured in your mind.
Well, I told him, I said, you're the kind of coach that I would ask this to. There are a lot of coaches out. You wouldn't sit down with George O'Leary and start talking about crazy formations. Art Briles is a guy who's seen everything and probably used them.
Second timeout.
Rice uses a timeout here. Coach Briles thought about that, said, oh, yeah, that's just the old polecat. They put the tackle and split out wide. Well, now he's getting his tackles involved in the passing game, trying to set up that screen.
Well, he said, you know, we really pride ourselves in being an unconventional offense. I mean, this is the no offense, the no huddle, no playbook, no nothing. They just draw them up in the sand. I think Alabama said they had 56 different personnel groupings. Difficult offense to defend.
It's the Toyota Prius offense. They don't use any paper, and they put up a lot of mileage. Hit the row with CSTV's Going South. Matt and Nate have gone from the Lumberyard in Simsboro, Louisiana on Tuesday to the madness on the hardwood at Rupp Arena last night. Log on to CSTV.com, click links, and scroll down to Going South to see what truly makes SEC football. No one really has a name for the Art Briles offense. Nick Saban couldn't figure it out.
Well, that was the thing, and we were talking with Coach Briles about, you see this type of an offense at a Houston Conference USA. You see it with Mike Leach at Texas Tech, maybe Hal Mumme down at New Mexico State. But why aren't you seeing teams like, I guess you could say Missouri does elements of it, but in Oklahoma, these big-name teams from big-time conference schools, I mean, it's obviously pretty difficult to defend. If you put some of those athletes in this offense, it might be pretty fun to watch.
BYU with Robert Anae. They like to spread it out a little bit, but these are tight ends out of that offense. And it is kind of out of that Oklahoma Bob Stoops coaching tree a little bit, although it has its roots with Hal Mumme. And here's Allridge again up the middle. Just a couple of yards that time will set up a 4th and short for Houston.
Scott Solomon did a really nice job that time of getting off a block, yet he not made that play. That was going to be a big gainer for Anthony Allridge, an important stop, forcing a 4th down. We've not seen a lot of 3-and-outs, Tom. Not a lot of 4th down punting opportunities. Houston lines up ready to go for it.
The officials stop the play. Injured player taken off for Rice. Houston is 7 of 11 on 4th downs this season. This is no rarity, but they are stopped here. Another big play by Randy Kitchens. And big number 99, George Chukwu up front.
George Chukwu does a nice job, but Kitchens really gets to the outside, forces him back inside. An aggressive play. Rice, Chuck Driesbach, the defensive coordinator, sort of guessing right that time as they bring some pressure and make a play on 4th down.
So it's back to the Rice offense, which has scored on 3 of its last 4 possessions. 2 touchdowns and a field goal. Chase Clement looks to the sideline, gets the play. He's got Justin Hill with him in the backfield. And the option. Thought about pitching, cuts it up instead, and gets 4 yards. On the quarterback keeper does Chase Clement, junior out of Alamo Heights, Texas.
Clement has a nice read that time, and the option is a discipline type of deal if you're a defender, and Clement does a good job waiting for the defender to commit, and Ernest Miller does not commit to the quarterback, so Clement turns it up the field, gets a nice gain on 1st down. See, now that's the kind of football I relate to, Tom. At 1st down option play where you get the 5 yards, now you're in 2nd and manageable.
I haven't seen that much in Lincoln this year. 2nd and 6. Clement over the middle, batted down on a fine play by Trent Allen.
Allen does a good job that time of getting some depth at linebacker. Again, that's why it's difficult when you have an offense that runs the option a little bit. You're so keyed in on your keys trying to stop that run. That time Allen reads the pass, gets back, gets a hand in on the throw.
Bring the tight end Taylor Wardlow in. He's at the bottom of the formation. Clement looking for the slant. Has it for a 1st down to Joel Armstrong. 5-yard gain. Tate Stewart, the junior from Katy, with the stop.
This Rice offense being patient, taking what Houston gives them. A little bit of running here and there. Nice throw that time to Armstrong.
If you want to run the no huddle, got to make sure your shoes tied. 12 1st downs today for Rice. On the ground, Hill. No gain. Still a punt at the bottom.
I think, Tom, one of the things that you can really see from this Houston defense is their quickness up front, and it's been well chronicled. We talked about the weight loss, but Philip Hunt and El Ash and Tate Stewart, Shamari Williams, who's come in and played awfully well too. I mean, these guys all doing a very good job getting in the backfield and disrupting this Rice offense.
And Shamari Williams only had a half dozen tackles coming into this game, playing behind Brendan Pahulu, who's been lost for this game with a left MCL injury.
Now Chris Pilot into the game as well.
again through the air. Catch made that time by James Casey, who's having another strong all-around game as expected. The freshman from Azle has that catch for 5 yards. He already has a rushing touchdown today, and that's his 3rd reception. He's also the holder, backup quarterback, 3rd-string defensive end. 3rd and 4. Rice uses a timeout on this key 3rd and 4 with 3 minutes to go before half.
Rice, their 3rd and final timeout.
That's the last timeout of the half for the Rice Owls. This is a Rice team that is still relatively new to Conference USA, and what a great year they had last season. And quite frankly, they weren't brought into Conference USA because of their football history. Just 1-9 coming in. And then, now all of a sudden, after winning their last 6 last year, they've won 7 straight conference games, including the big win against Southern Miss.
You see, a lot of things have been made about Chase Clement and his sort of numbers, and also Jared Dillard. Remember, Clement didn't play the first 5 games of last season, so people have pointed to his numbers this year. And you got to remember, these programs are playing different teams in the preseason. And, you know, Houston's played Alabama and Oregon, and of course Rice is going to play teams like Baylor and Texas Tech and Texas. So sometimes the numbers are skewed, but they have won 7 straight Conference USA games.
It's a common theme, Trev, especially in Conference USA. We hear it a lot also in Mountain West. These coaches, because the out-of-conference scheduling is so different, they don't really care so much what happens outside of conference play. All of their eggs are in the conference basket.
That's right. You play for conference championships.
3rd and 4 for Rice and Chase Clement. Pressure, steps up, scrambles for the first down, slides down after a first down rush for 8 yards.
Good job of recognition that time by Clement as he goes back. Shamari Williams is going to get pressure right there. And that's what the Houston coaches talked about, that ability by Clement to use his feet to get first downs.
Clement gets a sign from the sideline. His favorite receiver, Jarrett Dillard, is at the top of the formation. James Casey, the inside receiver, now comes to the backfield, and Casey, oh, look at this, end around on the reverse. Joel Armstrong is off and running. And he gets a 5-yard gain after Casey had it in his hands for about a split second and gave it up to Armstrong.
And I think you can see that Houston speed that Houston coaches talk to us about. You see the reverse here, but Shamari Williams does a nice job of reading that reverse, getting back up the field and making the play.
2 minutes to go here in the first half. Shamari Williams, a sophomore from Brampton, Ontario, playing instead of Pahula, who's out with an injury. Call it 2nd and 6 now. Clement lets it go, finds Wardlow, the tight end. Nothing doing. That game blown up.
We talked about, Tom, those numbers of Chase Clement, the first 5 games he played last year versus the first 5 games he played this year. And you can see a real difference there. The turnovers obviously higher, completion percentage lower. But I think as the coaches pointed out, man, you're playing against different competition in those first 5 games between the 2 years.
Clement lost his mouthpiece as he was shooting out the call. Now he has to hustle, pitches it to Knox. That'll be an incomplete pass, although Knox is still on his feet. No one's whistled this play dead. And Knox makes it back to the line of scrimmage, but that should have been an incomplete pass as Clement tried to shuffle it to Knox.
See, Houston is going to bring some pressure, and a good job again. There's big number 53, Philip Hunt, beating some blocks. And as you mentioned, Tom, Clement just tries to get rid of the ball, pops it ahead to Knox.
They rule it incomplete. That'll be the difference of a few yards, and will bring up 4th down and another opportunity for the kicker, Clark Fangmeyer. This will be a 46-yard attempt. Fangmeyer's long is 44. The officials discussing this play.
Please add 4 seconds to the game clock. 53 seconds. 53 seconds due to the incomplete pass. Thank you.
I think these officials have done a pretty nice job in this game. We've had a couple of replays. They've been quick, haven't disrupted the flow of the game. Our referee is Ed Kearse. A nice job. Johnny Ford, George Eason.
The career long for Fangmeyer. Looks good from here. Got it. Clark Fangmeyer, sophomore out of Houston's Northland Christian High School, adds to the Rice lead. Didn't think this was going to be a game that would come down to kicking, but it certainly has been affected by special teams. The Rice opportunities made by Houston coughing it up on a couple of kickoff returns and an interception and a muffed punt that resulted in good field position.
So many times it's those little things that really come back to haunt teams. Teams start so strong. Houston just came out of the gate. Blake Joseph was on fire, and Donnie Avery had over 200 yards receiving by the end of the first quarter. Suddenly those turnovers allow the momentum to shift and allow Rice to stay into the game, and they've converted on those turnovers. Just like you were talking about earlier. I mean, Southern Miss had 7 turnovers, but Rice's offense still had to convert those turnovers into touchdowns. They did it against Southern Miss, and so far in this game, they're doing it against Houston as well.
We saw last week how key turnovers can be. UCF battling East Carolina, turned it over 5 straight possessions in the third quarter. That was it. That was the game.
That was the game. And UCF was really firmly in control at halftime. You could just tell George O'Leary felt great about how the game was shaping up. They'd established a line of scrimmage. I'm sure Art Briles felt pretty good about that first quarter to start too.
A little dribbler taken by one of the up men for Houston. And the Cougars will have fine field position at the 45-yard line, the 44-yard line, with under a minute to go.
I don't think that's exactly what Coach Bailiff was hoping for. You do that little squib kick, you're hoping to get it at least to that 3rd level. Fortunately for Rice, the ball sort of bounces right to Houston. Now they're in great field position with 44 seconds left.
This is a Rice defense, Trev, which is used to facing some unconventional offenses. The first game of the season, they came out playing Nicholls State. Nicholls State came out in I-Pro formation. And they said, what's this? They didn't recognize it. That is, I mean, I-Pro is old school everyday football. There's nothing really fancy about it, but they're getting used to facing so many different fronts and spread offenses, they didn't recognize it.
Coach Driesbach said that's how football's changed. I mean, when you get a team that comes out in I-Pro and our defense looks at us and calls timeout, we didn't know how to react, didn't know how to line up.
They spent a whole lot of time throughout fall ball prepping for I-Pro. 12-yard gain, moves the change for Houston. Joseph trying to get back into the swing of things and lets one go deep, high. Avery has to wait for it to come down and couldn't haul it in. Avery wanted a flag, and he just couldn't seem to get the timing on that one, which hung up in the air for a while.
And Blake Joseph took a shot. Jonathan Carey gets some pressure and absolutely delivers a blow to Blake Joseph. See Joseph here, initially not bad protection, but takes a shot right there from Jonathan Carey and isn't able to step into the throw. Tom, you mentioned has to wait for it, because Avery had to wait for it because of the pressure from Carey.
2nd and 10 now. 31 seconds to go in the half. Trying to set up the screen, and a poor pass to Allridge. Incomplete. Stops the clock with 28 seconds left, and now 3rd and 10.
Rice has done a pretty good job of making some adjustments here in the second quarter. You're not seeing these wideouts of Houston running down the field playing with man coverage, dropping into some zones, keeping everything in front of them, and doing a nice job of reacting back to the play.
Houston 2 of 5 on 3rd downs so far this afternoon. It's not always a no huddle. A lot of times between plays, as they did just then, Houston huddled up on the sideline with about 15 guys. They sent in their 11. Looking for Harvey underneath. The ball tipped and incomplete. Yeah, Jerron Harvey running a little drag route. And that brings up 4th and 10.
Aubrey White does a nice job out there at strong safeties. He's lined up on that 3rd wide receiver at the top. At the snap, comes underneath. And does a nice job of breaking up the ball for Harvey. Got to give this defense of Chuck Driesbach some credit after being annihilated early in the first quarter. They don't panic, make some adjustments, and made some plays on a couple of balls here late in the first half.
They're going to leave the offense in on 4th and 10. Take a shot. Houston 1 of 2 today. They have timeouts remaining, so they can go to the first down mark. Instead, they're chucking it deep. Jerron Harvey on the sideline. Got it at the 1-foot line. What a grab by the big fella Harvey for 42 yards. And they're on the doorstep here before the first half comes to an end.
That's just a great job, a great individual effort by Jerron Harvey. You talked earlier about his size and ability to go up. He's out there. Sendejo's there. He's there to make the play, but Harvey just comes down with it, gets the ball at his highest point, and a huge throw and catch from Joseph to Harvey.
I guess we shouldn't be surprised that Art Briles would want to go for it on 4th and 10, but as they use the timeout here, they're able to stop the clock, have another timeout remaining, and you see the numbers on Harvey. When you have an offense like this, Trav, there's no reason not to go for it, I suppose.
Well, you just keep taking those chances, and they found ways to get their wide receivers in man-to-man situations. Even if Rice is playing in a zone coverage, the way it works out, if you have enough receivers vertically challenging down the field like that last play, ultimately at some point you're man-to-man. You got a safety back there in Sendejo who's actually in great position. It was just a great individual effort by Jerron Harvey.
Art Briles huddles up with his skill guys. The offensive line out on the ball, and guys like Dustin Dickinson were dancing to Soldier Boy while the offense was getting the call. So here they come with 15 seconds left. They got plenty of time to take a couple of shots with 1 timeout remaining. Joseph tried to sneak it, lost the football. Ball is on the ground. Rice says they have it. They do. Another key turnover, and the Owls took advantage offensively with a couple of turnovers, and that time able to stone Houston on the 1-foot line.
It's been the story of the game. It's been the story sort of their season. 110th in the nation in turnover margin. Now the 3rd turnover in this game. Houston offense has not been stopped. Blake Joseph has played well, but there just simply doesn't get the snap from the center, Carl Barnett. You see Joseph, the snap comes up. A lot of times you have that conversation, well, whose fault is it? I believe that's the quarterback's job to get the snap. People point out, well, the ball was up too high, wasn't it? The center's trying to make a block down at the goal line. That's on Blake Joseph getting the snap.
4th turnover, 3rd lost fumble today. And now Rice will sneak it out from the shadows of their own goalpost. Let the first half run out on this crazy game here today at Robertson Stadium. And look at the Rice quarterback, Chase Clement, trying to cheer on and egg on these Houston fans. 4 turnovers, 3 lost fumbles. That one keeping the Cougars out of the end zone as the first half comes to a close. And no matter what you thought this game was going to be like, I don't think you could have expected this kind of outburst here in the first half.
Been an awful lot of fun to watch, and not a lot of defense played so far.
Now David Bailiff joins us now, the head coach of the Rice Owls. Coach, first and foremost, your team taking advantage this week, just like you did last week, and creating some turnovers.
Right. I mean, that's what we got to have. We got to keep creating turnovers. You know, they're very athletic. Houston's very athletic. We just got to make sure that we take care of ourselves. Alignment, assignment, we're sound. And we got to keep creating those turnovers, getting the short field.
And, Coach, part of creating those turnovers is you have to turn them into points. So far, Chase is playing well, turning those turnovers into points.
Exactly right. I think, you know, right now I don't know exactly what we were in the red zone, but I think we're pretty good.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
That's head coach David Bailiff, first year at Rice. And, boy, would this be a nice notch in the belt with a win against the crosstown rivals as they battle for the Bayou Bucket. Well, guys, back in the studio in New York, we've got a shootout here in Houston, the home of NASA. This one is taken off. Now let's go to Adam Zucker and Scott Zolak for Game Room.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. Rice with 20 straight to end the half. Looked like Houston was going to get some momentum, get the lead back, but another fumble.
Trev hit it right. Quarterback's fault. When you're down there inside the goal line, you got to keep your hands together, ride that center up in there. His hands were apart. He tried to catch it like a basketball, hit him right in the chest.
Well, welcome inside CSTV's Game Room. Our game, just one of the many that Scott Zolak and I are watching.
This game will be over
now.
about what, 7:30?
Yeah.
8 o'clock?
Yeah, it's gonna go a little late. A 2-hour first half is what we just watched, and we're watching a lot of other stuff, including Mark Sanchez in at quarterback for John David Booty, and USC in trouble again. It is 10-10 against Arizona, Scott.
Turnovers, the story of this game again. USC's defense, they're not good up front. Their front seven's getting pushed around right now. Arizona able to get to that second tier of defenders. They got running backs getting into the secondary. Pete Carroll's got to make adjustments at the half.
That one now in the third quarter. Here's some more scores for you. Penn State all over Wisconsin, 24-7. Nittany Lions coming off the win over Iowa. The Badgers the loss to Illinois. In South Bend, BC up 13-0. Not a lot of offense in that one. Notre Dame playing physical football. Stanford and TCU just underway, about midway through the first quarter. And bottom left, Oregon all over Washington State. That is a halftime score, 40-0 right now. The big one in the SEC, LSU and Kentucky. Andre Woodson on 3rd and goal. To T.C. Drake, off a couple of defenders, it works. LSU wakes up, though. Here is Charles Scott busting through.
Oh, watch the run right here at the end. Gets the little stiff arm. Is he going to get in or not? Right at the end? Yes.
Oh. He would punch it in on the next play to tie it at 7. And then Scott rumbling some more. Hester got a thigh bruise, so he's getting the feature back there. LSU up 17-7. And then Woodson wise to tuck it away.
Yeah, this guy, I tell you what, you talk about the Heisman Trophy, Andre Woodson, after you watch Colt Brennan the other night, this is the guy. Good competition, gets it going. I like him. He has good pocket presence.
And Colt Brennan had a big day as well. A couple other Heisman-worthy quarterbacks to get to here on Game Room at halftime, and we'll talk about them when we come back. I was thinking
Extreme power of Energizer Lithium, the world's longest-lasting AA battery and high-tech devices. Energizer, keep going.
What's up? I'm Steve, and this is Steve TV, my own personal college sports channel, made by me, for me. Who's got Mountain West football? Me. Who's all over Pac-10 football? Me. It's like a meat casserole with a side of meat. It even smells like me. Don't believe me? Ask my girlfriend Mimi. Hi. That's enough, Mimi. Now let's get back to some football.
Be the head of your own college sports channel. Put all your teams on all your screens. Find out how at cstv.com/mychannel.
Conference USA always delivers the biggest hits.
Hit hard.
You're watching CSTV, home of CUSA football.
Uh-oh, that'll leave a mark. And another. If scratches, dings and nicks drive you crazy, get Fix-It, the fast-action scratch remover from Simonize. 1, apply Fix-It to the scratch. 2, push Fix-It's high-tech formula deep into the pores of the surface. 3, just wipe it away. Got a door ding? Just fix it. That annoying nick? Fix it. You could spend over $150 at a body shop, or you could get Simonize Fix-It for only $19.95. We'll also include the finishing kit, a $30 value, yours free. You'll also get Fix-It for the home. Scratch stovetop? Fix it. Scratch refrigerator? Fix it. And it's yours free. But call right now and we'll send you the Simonize Turbo Vac, the car vac with the muscle to pick up any mess. Yours free. You get it all. An $80 value for only $19.95. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-599-4635. Call now.
Do you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the Octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out. A special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year. The UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
The
power to keep going is presented by Energizer.
For the close-knit community of Blacksburg, Virginia, time stood still on April 16, 2007. This season, the Hokie football team is playing for something bigger than wins and losses. They're bringing the community a message of hope.
We're playing for the entire community, and they haven't had much to look forward to around here lately. So, you know, we know that there's a little more riding on our shoulders this year than just the game of football.
It's definitely going to be something we're never going to forget, but we're just going to have to keep playing through it all season and just go out there and represent everybody that's a Hokie fan.
I never thought I'd be in a position to do this by just playing a sport. It makes you feel privileged and honored that people would refer to myself and my teammates in a position to help people heal from a tragedy.
The power to keep going is presented by Energizer.
And you can see Virginia Tech kept on going today. At the bottom of your screen, beating Duke 43-14. Sean Glennon, 16 of 21, 2 touchdown passes. And Tashard Choice with a huge day for Georgia Tech at Miami. They win 17-14, 37 carries, 204 yards for him in the win there. Meanwhile, from the Big Ten, Ohio State pouring it on Kent State. Julian Edelman picked off by Donald Washington. 70 yards the other way as the Buckeyes beat the Golden Flashes 48-3. They're number 3 in the country and undefeated overall. Michigan, the only other undefeated team in the Big Ten in terms of conference play. Mike Hart, he didn't go down. He spins over a defender and gets a little gravity support from number 57 there.
Yeah, it's great body control. Watch his hand down on the ground. It's a big-time back.
Rolling right off the glutes. He only played the first half, 102 yards, and suddenly Michigan and Ohio State, with Illinois losing, the only 2 teams undefeated in conference.
Michigan and Ohio State, the top 2 teams in the Big Ten right now. Penn State took a big step back. Now they got things cranked up. I know they're at the half, but they're playing well today. But a Wisconsin team that we thought was going to be good, all of a sudden not so good. And Ron Zook, big win last week. They only scored 6 points this week. Can't do it offensively. Juice Williams got held down. It's still Ohio State and Michigan classes. They're the cream of the class.
Yeah, and Eddie McGee came in the final minute, gets picked off in the Illinois loss. Yeah. Meanwhile, Bama coming in, losers in 2 of their last 3 at Ole Miss. Always a tough place to play. Here we go. 17 apiece in the third. Seth Adams connects with Michael Hicks in the end zone. Ole Miss on top 24-17 after trailing 17-10. In the fourth quarter, Terry Grant bouncing outside. He gets in. He and Glenn Coffey each with rushing touchdowns. We're tied at 24. Alabama up a field goal win. Adams going long for Shea Hodge in the final seconds. It looks like a completion inside the 5, Scott.
Yeah,
however,
that was a catch, but the receiver himself went out of bounds. He was not forced out, so he cannot come back inside and be the first person to touch the football.
Third straight year, Bama wins that game by 3. Tennessee at Mississippi State. Eric Ainge to Lucas Taylor, dropping one in, 51 yards, tied at 14. But Mississippi State not going away, down 10 here when Wesley Carroll getting the start today over Hennig to Jamel Smith, but right now it is 30-21. Vols, so Tennessee looking all right coming off that big win over Georgia, too.
Yeah, and a big for Alabama today. They got out of there with a close one. But right now, I tell you what, Kentucky has impressed me. And if you look at it, LSU's the cream of the SEC. They have the most talent. Everybody's beating everybody up in this conference. It's just a matter of who can hang tough there at the end. LSU's going to run away with the West. It's just who's going to be the top dog in the East. Hopefully it'll be Florida because I think they have talent.
But first, LSU still has to run away from Kentucky, which they haven't done just yet. Of course, if you want to watch and listen at the same time and even go online and listen, you can go to Sirius Satellite Radio. Here's your whip around. BC at Notre Dame. That game is audible. The Irish can listen to the home call at 159. USC, we showed you they were tied with Arizona earlier. They're on channel 123. You see all your choices. You can listen to either the Missouri call or the Oklahoma call when that game kicks off at 6:30 Eastern. We'll be back inside CSTV's Game Room right after the break.
Who knew concrete could be permeable, filtering rain into the soil instead of our lakes and streams? Or that a mathematical equation could open our ears to music we've never heard? Or that a happy home could cost less than a family car? Who knew we could build an elevator to space? Rice, unconventional wisdom.
This is Conference USA, home to strong students and smart athletes from 12 great universities. Together, they're building traditions of competition and rivalry that will continue for generations. They are ready to compete and play hard for their loyal fans. Sportsmanship and commitment to excellence run deep in our house. Welcome to Conference USA. Sportsmanship lives here.
Take an insightful look ahead at the week in college football. Watch Crystal Ball, powered by Pontiac, Wednesday at 7, only on CSTV.
Hey, dude. I'm just hanging out. I'm watching the game.
Hey, buddy.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you. What's up with your phone?
Nothing.
You need to skin it. Hey, skin that laptop while you're at it.
Sweet.
There's only one way to skin it. Go to skinit.com. Choose your device. Pick your favorite team. The NFL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, the NHL, and many more. Or create your own at skinit.com.
What am I doing? Skinning it.
Can I get half of that?
You could have just said no.
Sports, collegiate, entertainment, fashion, and more. Go to skinit.com today. What's your skin?
The Weeping, now available the same day as the DVD.
Father?
We are witnessing biblical events.
It's human blood. The whole damn river.
Are you gonna kill my baby? No. Why not?
The Weeping.
How do I know it's real?
Coming October 16th to DirecTV pay-per-view movies.
Texas just picking on former defensive coordinator Gene Chizik. Colt McCoy had 4 touchdown passes, somehow gets away from all this trouble and finds Nate Jones alone in the end zone. Huge day as they win 56-3 over their old defensive coordinator. Nebraska may need a new defensive coordinator. Worst loss in 50 years. 45-14, they go down at home to Oklahoma State. Unbelievable there. And we're also told that Arizona now leads USC 13-10, Scott.
That's a shocker right now. I think we got to keep an eye on USC, see if this is Sanchez's coming out party in the second half. Bad first half, he's got to crank it up in the second half.
And speaking of defensive coordinators and bad first halves, a lot of offense in our game thus far. Rice with the big lead, 34-28. They've scored 20 straight points. That was after guys like Donnie Avery did some damage for Houston. The second half coming up.
With Sirius Satellite Radio, you can hear what you've been missing. 69 music channels, from rock to pop, hip-hop to country, all 100% commercial-free. Get the best sports, like NASCAR 24/7, the NBA, and every NFL game every week, everywhere. Get the biggest and best in talk and entertainment, including, of course, Howard Stern. Get over 130 channels and hear what you've been missing. Welcome to Sirius, the best radio on radio.
Tired of all the rubbing and scrubbing, cleaning the hard way?
Anthony Sullivan here for the new Sonic Scrubber, the powerful, portable sonic cleaner that fits in the palm of your hand. It blasts away dirt and grime in seconds without any scrubbing. The Sonic Scrubber's strong bristle brush uses sonic oscillation technology to scrub away buildup in the bathroom, making cleaning easier, faster, and better. It's specially designed for the tough cleaning jobs in your bathroom and powers through the stuff you just go crazy trying to clean. You can't scrub a corner with a toothbrush, but Sonic Scrubber can. Just snap on the comb brush. Its pointed end and angled design gets into corners and makes old grout look like new. The Sonic cleaning action even removes calcium and hard water stains. Then just snap on the softer bristle brush and let the Sonic Scrubber go to work on fixtures. It contours to the curves, bringing back the shine. The secret's the Sonic technology. You get an amazing 3,600 scrubs per minute that destroy dirt and grime on contact. Use the large bristle brush for bigger jobs. It's great for removing the ring of soap scum in the tub. Call now and you'll get the Sonic Scrubber plus 5 scrub brushes for just $19.99. But that's not all. Call right now and we'll include a Sonic Scrubber for the kitchen and around the house free. Just pay separate shipping and handling. Use it for everyday household cleanups. It makes quick work of burnt or messes on cookware. easily cleans up a dirty stovetop. And nothing's better for spills and splatters in a microwave. The Sonic Scrubber is even powerful enough to loosen stains on carpet, clothing, and furniture without damaging the fabric. You get it all. A Sonic Scrubber for the bathroom, a free Sonic Scrubber for the kitchen and household, plus 6 scrub brushes, a huge value, all for just $19.99. Here's how to order.
Call now to get your Sonic Scrubber for only $19.99. You'll get the amazing bathroom scrubber and a set of 4 brush heads for one low price. But call now and we will throw in a kitchen and household scrubber for free.
Call 1-800-325-4302. That's 1-800-325-4302. Call now.
CSTV Football Nation is being brought to you by Chick-fil-A. We didn't invent the chicken, just the chicken sandwich. By Aflac, ask about it at work. And by Sirius Satellite Radio. Hear what you've been missing on Sirius, the best radio on radio. Well, the first half shootout here at Robertson Stadium has Rice on top of Houston by a score of 34-28. Tom Hart alongside Trev Alberts. We expected somebody to put up points today, but we really thought that would be Houston's. Rice, who's taken advantage of great field position so far today.
That's really been the story of the game. Obviously, Houston moved the ball at will early in the first quarter there, then suddenly started turning the ball over. Special teams wasn't great, but from the start of the game, we saw the speed of this Houston offense, particularly Donnie Avery. The second play of the game, little slant pass, gets between 2 defenders, and 73 yards later, he has a touchdown.
Well, Donnie Avery had a couple of chances to show off his speed as Blake Joseph showed off his arm too. This was another 50-plus yard play on the touchdown strike. But then for Houston, things started going south, and it happened on special teams.
Derek Williams there just does a misplays the ball that time. And again, Rice had to convert on those turnovers, and they certainly did that. Chase Clement there gets plenty of time and finds a great wide receiver in Jarrett Dillard down on the goal line.
It's deja vu all over again for Rice, which forced 7 turnovers against Southern Miss, who took advantage. Here in the first half, they have 21 points off of turnovers, and not all of it was pretty. This was just straight muscle. Another rushing touchdown for Casey as he took it in. Now look at the big numbers offensively. And for Donnie Avery, averaging 40 yards per catch and a couple of scores for Donnie.
2 great playmakers, both of them making plays. But again, it's been about field position for Rice. They've gotten those turnovers, and they were able to convert.
See if Houston can take care of the ball in the second half at Robertson Stadium. We'll be back with second half kickoff right after this as Houston and Rice go to the second stanza here in Houston.
This is Conference USA, home to talented student athletes from 12 great universities. Every year, the competition within these walls gets tougher. The rivalries get more intense. It pushes these young men and women to become smarter athletes and stronger students. Pride and respect run deep in our house. Welcome to Conference USA. Competition lives here.
Oh yeah, it's begun.
Stars, the ultimate movie destination, with a new hit movie premiering every Saturday night with more channels, more choices, more movies, over 600 different movies each month.
Tune in this month for The Pursuit of Happiness on Stars, channels 520 and 521.
Fast.
First.
Accurate. Bloomberg viewers have a lot at stake.
We're able to reach out all around the globe when a story breaks.
We are based on the premier information service in the world.
There's so much information, more information than anywhere else.
There's a sense of perspective that's there almost immediately.
And that's what you get from us, and that's what makes us so unique.
Discover the new look of Bloomberg Television with full-screen video and dynamic graphics.
Bloomberg Television, a wealth of information.
Hello and welcome. Please listen closely as I demonstrate the safe and simple features of this pay-per-view experience. First, make sure your receiver is securely fastened to a phone line. Then, using your remote control, carefully tune to your pay-per-view movie or event and press firmly on the select button. You can also order online or feel free to use the phone, but your remote is your best option. And finally, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Quick.
And welcome back. Art Briles joins us now. Coach, the play of Blake Joseph was pretty on spot here in the first half. Just one pass that went off his guy's hands.
Oh, you know, we got to play better as a team. You know, we can't keep making the mistakes we're making special teams and, you know, losing the ball on offense, turning over down deep. We got to come out and play a good, clean half.
All right, thanks, Coach.
Yes, sir.
And Trev, Art Briles obviously not happy with the turnovers, which have led to points, but for a team and a program that's looking for one quarterback to step up, Blake Joseph has shown that perhaps he's the guy. 11 of 18 for 318 yards in the first half with 3 touchdowns.
Well, and I think that Coach Briles will go back and look at the tape, and obviously he'll feel a lot better if Houston's able to pull this game out, but he'll realize, yeah, that Blake Joseph played a nice first half, and I think that was your point. I think the point that Art Briles is making, of course, as the head coach overseeing the entire team, is he's so disappointed about those turnovers. I mean, you preach it, you coach it, you teach it, and Houston continues to turn the ball over, allowing Rice to take the lead here in the first half.
All right, here's Donnie Avery, gets his hands on the kickoff and takes it past the 20, spins to the 25, almost all the way up to the 30-yard line. He may be looking at a school record for total yards here today after that big one against East Carolina. So the Houston offense, which has certainly moved the ball down the field, and they're not entirely to blame for the turnovers. The one interception went off the hands of the tight end Mark Hafner. Otherwise, it was special teams who seemingly gave away the first half.
And Houston has over 300 yards of total offense.
And of course, so you switch your quarterbacks. You go with Case Keenum.
And maybe that's why he was a little terse in the question about Blake Joseph.
Keenum hands it off to Allridge, and Allridge has nowhere to go. The only thing I can think of, Trev, unless we receive word that Blake Joseph is injured, is that this was the plan all along and all week was to start Case Keenum in the second half.
I think you can certainly understand that both of these quarterbacks have played. Coaches probably feel that both of these quarterbacks have earned the right to play with this team, but I think it's pretty clear that Blake Joseph did a pretty nice job of engineering a few drives for his offense.
Case Keenum with Blake Joseph on the sideline, helmet in hand. Keenum is a redshirt freshman out of Abilene's Wiley High School. He helped lead Wiley to a state championship and was the starting quarterback day one. Now he goes down the sideline to Avery. Great adjustment in the air, and Donnie Avery hauls it in just past midfield to Corey Shepard on the coverage.
That's the one thing. I don't care who the quarterback is in the game. If Donnie Avery is on the outside matched up man-to-man, you simply look for a way to get him the ball. That time Keenum does a nice job of getting the ball to Donnie Avery, and you mentioned coming back. Great adjustment on the ball for Donnie Avery.
There's Avery having a big day again today. Keenum had a strong fourth quarter against Alabama, 132 yards, but 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter as Houston had a chance to win it at the end of the game. Pressure on. Keenum, known for his feet, is able to avoid one guy, and he dumps it off again to Donnie Avery.
Number 2 on the reception.
7-yard gain for Houston, and Avery's slow to come up. He's still down on the turf.
Avery shaking a little bit.
Maybe to his feet, but wobbling. And he'll likely take at least a play off. I'm really curious, Trev, why you have a guy like Blake Joseph who moved the ball so very well in the first half, and you replace him with Keenum.
Well, sometimes coaches see things obviously that you and I don't, and maybe they feel like Blake Joseph left a number of plays out in the field, open wide receivers, open looks, but certainly the throws that he did make looked awfully good.
They faked the end around, ball tip, picked off. Went off of the hands of his receiver, that time trying to get it to fullback Jake Ebner. And it's pulled down by Brandon King. 2 interceptions thrown by Houston quarterbacks today. Both of them went off the hands of some big fellas.
You certainly can't blame Case Keenum for this as he goes to his left and tries to hit the fullback out there, hits his hand. Brandon King again opportunistic, and now 5 turnovers for this Houston offense on the day. And again, I think the story of this, again, you can get all the turnovers you want defensively, but ultimately the offense has to convert them. So far, Rice has done a pretty nice job of converting those turnovers into scores.
First pick for the junior out of Moss Point, Mississippi.
Rice will start on their 36.
Clement at quarterback for the Rice Owls. Checks the sideline. You got Patrick Randolph Down at the bottom of the formation with Tommy Henderson. They keep it on the ground for Justin Hill.
You know, Tom, it's kind of interesting when you watch Rice, they run up the line of scrimmage, then they look over to the sideline. Obviously, a lot of times what you're wanting to do as an offensive staff is look at the defense, look how they've lined up. Houston is lining up the same way every single time. They run a 4-2-5. They're going to go 3-on-2 and 2-on-1 when they go 4 wide receiver sets. Now Rice makes the adjustment. They have 5 wide receivers.
A lot of numbers just came out. 3-on-2 and 2-on-1.
It's not basketball.
Here's Clement from the shotgun.
Although it feels like it.
Yeah, with this score, certainly felt like in the first half. Nice grab, great hands by Torrin Dixon. He'll turn this into a first down. But explain that again to our audience. We talk about those numbers.
Well, and what Rice has been doing predominantly, now they went to a 5 wide receiver set that time, but they have the 4 wide receiver set, and you have the 1 running back. And so what you're doing defensively is you have the 3-on-2 and the 2-on-1. I'm sorry, 3 wide receiver sets. So you're matching up in a zone type of a principle with 3 guys to the wide side of the field, 2 guys to the short side. So you're going to have 2-on-1 over here and 3-on-2 over there.
All right. On first down, another carry for the freshman Justin Hill. Hill just a couple of yards.
That's the benefit of the 4-2-5 defense. Obviously, the theory of that is having 5 defensive backs. You don't have to substitute defensively when teams go to their different personnel, different substitutions. You use those 5 defenders, but it still has them 8-man principles up front. If they're in a pro set, you can take those guys and 8 guys in the box and help to shut down the run. So it's a versatile defense. And what Rice has done a pretty nice job of when they go to those 4 wide receiver sets is getting the matchups in the middle of the field against Houston's linebackers.
The tight end Wardlow stays in the game. Knox is now the tailback. Clement goes over the middle. Catch made. First down Rice.
Guess who?
Number 12 on the reception.
James Casey once again in the slot. We've seen his versatility on the goal line as a runner. And another good route, good throw, and another first down for Rice's offense. In the offensive line, just enough time, good protection.
Quick snap, here's the option. Marcus Knox has room, and Knox takes it inside the 25, down to the 23-yard line. 8-yard gain on the option. That time they did not look back to the sideline. They came out of the no huddle, just boom, quick snap.
Well, that's sort of the point. Why look over to the sideline? Because Houston's not doing anything different. They're doing the exact same thing every time. They're playing a zone coverage. Not sure what advantage that gives you.
Justin Hill, the running back, is at the top of the formation here as a wide receiver. Casey into the backfield. Knox on the option, takes a handoff and takes it for a few. That's good enough for a first down on a 4-yard gain. And now it's been Rice on this possession, which is showing some different looks.
They certainly have, and again, a nice drive. Give credit to this Rice offense. Tom Herman, the offensive coordinator, mixing things up a little bit, getting a number of different players involved. James Casey involved, and Marcus Knox. Justin Hill has had a carry. Again, off of a turnover. Good drive by Chase Clement.
Hill hasn't been outstanding today. 10 carries for 14 yards, but he's been a nice change of pace for Clement, who likes to go to the air, and here he is on play action again. Clement wants to step up, thinks about throwing on the run. He'll keep it in his hands and slides down on a nice gain for Chase Clement.
That's the little extra added dimension that Chase Clement brings at the quarterback position. You get some initial pressure from the outside by Chris Pilot, and Clement feels it, steps up, and gets a nice gain on first down.
2nd and 3. Swings it out. A little bit of room and a dive at the end for Tommy Henderson. That'll be another first down on a 5-yard gain. They haven't had a lot of third downs, Trev, because they're getting some big-time yardage on first down, no matter what the call is, and now it's 1st and goal.
And this offense has really, I think, about the start of the second quarter, started to get in sync a little bit, started to gain some momentum offensively, and they're not getting any pressure on Clement.
Clement hands it off to Hill. Nothing doing. Cody Cree with the stop. Clement is a perfect 3 for 3 for 33 yards through the air, and that's the first real stop for Houston on this drive. Dupree, junior out of Hooks, Texas.
One thing that Houston has done an awful nice job of is slowing down that run. You try to run inside. Those big defensive linemen, Cody Dupree that time, getting off the blocks, getting in the backfield, making plays.
Second and goal now from the 9. Clement snuffed out. Big Philip Hunt got back there in a hurry. Throws him down at the 15-yard line. And a loss of 6.
Good play again by Philip Hunt, who's been in the backfield most of the day. Sort of is let go as he comes to the inside, gets in the backfield and disrupts the play.
3rd and goal on the 15.
So 3rd and goal for Rice. Clement looking in zone. What a grab! Great hands at time for Tommy Henderson. On 3rd and long, a 15-yard touchdown toss from Chase Clement.
And that was on the offensive line. Great protection. This play took time to develop. Wide receiver way out to right is Tommy Henderson, coming all the way across the middle. Clement initially looking left and finds Tommy Henderson for the touchdown. Again, Rice answering on the turnover from Houston.
First touchdown of the year for Henderson. Another toss for Clement. And Rice is at the 40 mark here, not even midway through the 3rd quarter. A Rice team which came in averaging 20 points a game has doubled their output already, and they're going for 2 here. Clement stops, pops, knocked down at the line by Trent Allen. Going for 2 would have made it a 42-28 advantage. We'll do the math. We'll have it for you when we return. One of the rare knockdowns for this Houston defense against Chase Clement.
Cow. Good, Aaron. Cow. Cow. Yes, sweetie. Cow. Paul, where are the burgers?
Register each day at 40winners.com for a chance to win free Chick-fil-A food for a year.
The Pontiac GXP Performance Series isn't faster than the speed of light. But one is faster than a Porsche Boxster, and another is faster than a BMW X5. The Pontiac GXP Performance Series, designed for action.
And action.
GoDaddy is the world's #1 in domain names, like mine, ChadJohnson85.com.
Chad, is that in the script?
No, but hey, it's ChadJohnson85.com, and I got it at GoDaddy.
Cut.
.com names at GoDaddy are just $1.99. And visit ChadJohnson85.com.
Cut.
My bad. .com name for just $1.99.
Chad, Bob wants to see you and bring your script.
A lot of offensive energy here today for both sides. Rice now with 40 on the board. 8:54 to go in the 3rd. Tommy Henderson's first touchdown catch, the latest score for the Rice Owls, and once again taking advantage of a Houston turnover. They got the pick on Houston's first possession of the 2nd half. Tom Hart with Trev Alberts and Robertson Stadium in Houston, Texas, as these two teams battle for the Bayou Bucket. And a 1-win Rice team is putting it on Houston. The point column. And the return brings it out to the 23.
Time, let's go back to that touchdown. And here's going to be Tommy Henderson right here. He's in the slot. He's going to run all the way over there. As we talked about, the offensive line had to give time to Chase Clement. They do a great job. Watch the route develop. It takes time, gets behind the defender, in front of the safety, and a beautiful throw from Chase Clement. Again, Clement, as he goes back, needs time, steps into that little window. They give him the window to throw and finds Tommy Henderson coming across the middle. And again, Rice responds and answers the turnover by Houston.
Houston's offense was red hot with Blake Joseph in the first half. Case Keenum replaced him to start the second. Keenum wanting to throw, swings it out to Williams, so he's got a little bit of room. Derek Williams, a redshirt freshman from Omaha, Texas, has an 8-yard gain. Williams, a guy that fits well into this Houston offensive package. He's a converted cornerback, was a high school quarterback. And when Art Briles saw number 17 out in the practice field, he said, wait, who's that? That's Vincent Marshall's number. He had a school record receptions and yards before he left last year. L.J. Castillo came in motion. Castillo in the zone. Here's Aldridge. Going to set up the screen. Nowhere to go. And he was a sitting duck at the 20-yard line. Nice play by that Rice defense. And Robert Calhoun, the sophomore from Duncanville, coming off of a career game against Southern Miss with 8 tackles.
And that's just a great read by Robert Calhoun as Carl Barnett, the center, is going to get out on the screen. And Calhoun just gets underneath that block and makes a terrific tackle in the backfield. Defenders now are so good at reading those screen plays and getting inside. They read those offensive linemen. They come up, they react, presenting a 3rd and long for Houston.
And remember, this is a Rice defense playing without their star, Brian Raines. Keenum has plenty of time. Goes over the middle to Jerron Harvey. He's got a Houston first down. 17 yards on the ground for number 1 Harvey.
That time Rice decides to try to come with a little bit of pressure that time as Aubrey White comes off the corner. And the whole key is if you're going to bring pressure, you've got to get there, and Rice doesn't get there.
Rice caught in a personnel change and big pop, personnel notwithstanding. Put on Keenum. Couple guys running off the field trying to get another guy on. And Justin Apt came up with the stop on Keenum. 2nd and 10 now. Talk to Art Briles about how he finds high school quarterbacks for this system. Of course, Cliff Kingsbury and Kevin Cobb, 2 of the guys that he worked with over the last few years. He said, first and foremost, we had to be really careful with Kevin Cobb. I had to make sure he understood when he needed to get down. That was a poor snap handled by Keenum. When he needed to run out of bounds. He was our franchise. We couldn't afford to lose him. Look at this grab by Donnie Avery. It's a career day for Avery. He has set a Conference USA and a school record for total yards, now at 293 after this grab.
Good job by Case Keenum as he's scrambling out to the right. Donnie Avery reaches, realizes that he's in trouble, comes back. You mentioned the snap. Keenum wasn't even ready for the play to start. He catches the snap, standing there looking to the left. Here comes the ball from Carl Barnett. As Case Keenum feels pressure, scrambles to the right. Avery sees he's in trouble, comes back to the ball, makes a terrific catch.
When Keenum was at Wiley High School, now he runs the option Aldridge. Nice run, following his blockers down and finally knocked out of bounds. Keenum was at Wiley High School. He showed up on campus for a summer camp. And what really turned the coaches on was towards the tail end of camp, they had a session that they call Cougar Ball, where they shorten the field, they smash it down so it's not very wide, and they just go out there and throw the ball around, kind of like, almost like ultimate frisbee or rugby, where you just, or kill the man with the ball. You played in grade school. You can throw the ball backwards, forward, sideways, and Keenum was out there making plays offensively, tipping the ball around defensively, and Art Briles said, this guy has the instincts I want in a quarterback. They offered him a scholarship on the spot, and now he finds his tight end, Mark Hafner. But it takes a different type of quarterback, Trev, to excel in this system. You have to have good hands, quick decision making. You have to get rid of the ball quickly, and that's what they like about Keenum.
And quick release is what the coaches told us. The most important thing is you have to have a quarterback who gets rid of the ball quickly. We also talked about Coach was talking about the potential recruits that they have. They've got a commit from Robert Griffin, one of the more highly thought of players in the state of Texas. So things are looking up for Cougar football.
On the ground, nice run for Houston. Terrence Ganaway gets his first touch of the game. 13-yard scamper for the true freshman Ganaway.
Coach Briles was talking about Ganaway and likes his toughness, sort of that inside runner, that complement to Allridge. Averages over 5 yards a carry. And has some of that toughness from his uncle. His uncle's Jeremiah Trotter, played middle linebacker for so many years for the Philadelphia Eagles. He was 8 years manning the middle for Jim Johnson's defense up in Philadelphia. Jim Johnson, the defensive coordinator. Terrence Ganaway, again, some toughness there.
Here he is again. Ganaway into the, pardon me, that is Allridge into the end zone. An 8-yard scamper, and Anthony Allridge with another quick 6. Got a game again. Well, when Houston uncuffed the ball up, they can be pretty good, huh?
Game of turnovers, game of special teams, always the little things that you overlook. And someone that you can't overlook, of course, is Anthony Allridge. Nothing's fancy there. Just spread them out and ask your young running back to find a crease and burst through the hole, and Allridge does that. And Houston answers.
TJ Lawrence on for the extra point. Good handle on that snap by the holder. Jordan Brown on a low snap. It's a 5-point game with 5:28 to go in the third quarter, and the fans here at Robertson Stadium, oh, we got a game the rest of the way.
Speeding bullets? Check. Powerful locomotives? Roger. Superior leaping ability? Affirmative. Power that would make even a superhero blush? Absolutely. Check out these Women of Steel all season long. NCAA Women's Volleyball, only on CSTV. Watch the AVCA Match of the Week doubleheader tomorrow at 8.
The extreme power of Energizer Lithium, the world's longest lasting AA battery and high-tech devices. Energizer, keep going.
The only difference in this one is just 5 points, which is crazy considering everything that has happened. Anthony Allridge took that last score in for Houston, and we've seen a little bit of everything so far this afternoon.
We haven't seen an awful lot of defense, but part of it is because of these offenses. They're so diverse, so multiple, and both of these offenses have playmakers on both sides of the ball, none bigger than Anthony Allridge. And of course, Donnie Avery with his ability to stretch the field.
Case Keenum is the latest quarterback to see action here for Houston. Glenn Joseph played the first half. It has been Keenum in the second, and after an early pick, led the Cougars in a touchdown drive. 77-yard drive. It took almost 3.5 minutes for Houston.
Boy, Rice has been resilient today, Tom, haven't they? Withstanding drive after drive. We'll see how they answer with a drive of their own here.
Kickoff goes out of bounds. Take a look at what has happened here this afternoon at Robertson Stadium. It was Donnie Avery early with the track meet.
The third quarter here, Tom, 293 yards receiving. And then, of course, you had the turnover. Special teams really hurting Houston, and Rice doing a great job of answering. Another turnover there. 2 interceptions off the hands of the wide receivers, and then the toughness of James Casey to fight through some would-be tacklers into the end zone, and Chase Clement again answering off the turnover with a nice touchdown. Anthony Allridge then a nice drive for Houston, answering the Rice touchdown. And we said 40-35.
And remember, it's a 5-point game because on that last score by Rice to Tommy Henderson, the Owls decided to go for 2 to make it a 14-point game. Didn't get it, so they gave away a point there. And the officials having a discussion with David Bailiff on the Rice sideline. Does he want him to re-kick it?
Well, he might be asking about what his options are. The ball goes out of the bounds. Is it automatically he has to choose the ball at the 35-yard line.
We had offside, number 24 on the kicking team. That penalty is declined. The second foul was kickoff out of bounds, number 22 on the kicking team. The receiving team has elected to take the ball on their own 35-yard line, first down.
So they could have tacked 5 yards on, had him kick it 5 yards deeper, or have him kick it again, and have him kick again, or take it at the 35, and actually Rice will take it. We talk about Rice's multiple looks offensively. Under Ken Hatfield for so long, it was just straight a wishbone team. Now they go back to kind of a Ken Hatfield look with two tights, Taylor Wardlow and Chance Talbert in the game. You know, for so long under Ken Hatfield, they came out with the same formation, the same plays each and every day. And then obviously with 3 head coaches over the span of 3 years, you're going to get different looks. But this may be as multiple as we've seen the offense for Rice in some time. Clement wants to go deep and overthrew his man. It's a miscommunication by Jared Dillard.
Now they got the matchup they wanted out there, and that time it worked. Tom Herman, the offensive coordinator, Clement goes to the line of scrimmage, and they realized that they had man-to-man coverage on the outside, and anytime they get man-to-man coverage, they are going to try to find Jared Dillard. 2 wide receivers out there sort of kind of do a pick route. It took a little bit longer for Dillard to get behind the second wide receiver, and the ball was too tall for Dillard.
Now bunch formation at the hash. Dillard, the outside receiver, trying to set up a screen to him. He comes across the middle. Clement has to rush away, and he throws it away. Philip Hunt had him in the grasp. No flag on the play. Got to pass the line of scrimmage. And 3rd and 10 coming up.
We mentioned that bunch formation, Tom, and really what they're trying to do is get Dillard the ball underneath, but Houston did a great job of coverage. Clement had to hold it. Philip Hunt, who's been in the backfield seemingly the entire afternoon in Rice's backfield. Another good play by Philip Hunt.
3rd and 10. Dillard now the inside receiver at the bottom of the formation. Casey and Dixon on the wide side of the field for Rice. Rice is hit on 6 of 12 third down attempts today. Clement has time over the middle, catch made, first down for Rice. Jared Dillard with the grab. Needed 10, found 12.
Just a great throw by Chase Clement that time as Houston chooses to only rush 3. They show 4, drop 8 into coverage, and Clement again need a big play. Who do you find? Jared Dillard finds the little seam, little hole, and a good throw by Clement.
Talked about the resiliency of this Rice offense. They're trying to answer another Houston score with one of their own, leading by 5. About 5 minutes left in the 3rd. Clement going deep, looking all the way down the sideline. Great adjustment made. Catch made and a first down out of bounds at the 20-yard line goes Corbin Smider. 33 yards.
Once again, another nice throw, but Corbin Smider is out there man-to-man, and I think you're going to see a little bit right there, just enough. Not necessarily offensive pass interference, but just a little bit of contact to create some separation with a defender and go up and get the first down.
Smider out of Todd Dodge's South Lake Carroll program. He's a sophomore. Wardlow shifts. Here's the option. That's just a straight keeper. And here goes Clement, calling his own number. And he will move the chains for Rice. 1st and goal now at the 6-yard line.
You're starting to see a lot of different formations and shifts. And right before the ball was snapped, before Clement went down the line, that tight end moves from the left side to the right side, trying to give some different formations, different looks to this Houston defense.
Again, the option Clement this time pitches it to Hill. Hill to the end zone, over the top and in. A leaping score for Justin Hill.
One of the things we've talked about, these offensive wide receivers, Joel Armstrong, number 13, great job as Hill catapults into the end zone for a touchdown. Rice wide receivers out there doing a great job of blocking, allowing Hill just enough time to get into the end zone. Again, the resiliency answering that quick strike, the quick score again from Houston. Rice gets it, comes back as they now go for 2.
Yeah, the Owls forced to go for 2 after they tried it on their last score and came up empty.
If you're not careful, you find yourself giving up point after point, continuing to go after 2, chasing points that you'd lost.
Well, Clement has to use a timeout to talk about it here. A high-flying score for Justin Hill. You know, one of his teammates is Gary Anderson Jr., a cornerback for Rice. His dad was a tremendous player at Arkansas and in the pros with the San Diego Chargers for a long time. And I remember as a kid, Gary Anderson Sr. going in against the Dolphins with a Superman-type play, leaping from about the 7-yard line and doing a flip into the end zone. And that time it was Justin Hill's chance to go Superman.
We've talked about how important it is. I want you to keep your eyes right down here on these 2 wide receivers as you're going to get the option play. And right here on the inside, that's Joel Armstrong. Coming back from injury first game, they stay with their blocks. Just enough for Justin Hill to find that seam. Going to be a wide receiver in Rice's offense. You're going to catch a lot of balls, but you're also going to have to be versatile and complete. A great job of blocking downfield for Tom Herman and Dave Bailiff's wide receivers.
Here we go now, going for 2. Hill is on the sideline, and so Marcus Knox in the backfield. Clement looking for Dillard. Flag on the play, incomplete.
You're going to have 2 flags on the play. Initially a flag at the start of the play, then some sort of interference with Dillard.
So this Conference USA crew will talk about it. You bring up a good point, though, Trev. They're in a position now, Rice is, where they're chasing points that they've already given up.
Yeah, I know every coach is different. They're the head coach. They get to make the decision. Everybody has the chart. They look at the chart. It tells you what to do.
There were 2 fouls on the play. At offsides, 56 defense. That penalty will be declined. We had pass interference. Number 12 on the defense. Half the distance to the goal. We'll replay the extra point.
Cody Pree and Harry Simon with infractions on that 2-point attempt. So Rice will be a step closer. Dillard at the bottom of the formation. We got 9 in the box. Going to try to get him to jump. Now gets the sign. We see a fade to Dillard. Casey into the backfield now. Play action to him. Tight end wide open. Wardlow's got it. A beautiful play call, and Taylor Wardlow was all alone at the back of the end zone for the 2-point conversion.
Same sort of misdirection again as James Casey is going to go in motion. Goes back to the other side, finds a tight end in the end zone for another touchdown.
With Sirius Satellite Radio, you can hear what you've been missing. 69 music channels, from rock to pop, hip-hop to country, all 100% commercial-free. Get the best sports, like NASCAR 24/7, the NBA, and every NFL game every week, everywhere. Get the biggest and best in talk and entertainment, including, of course, Howard Stern. Get over 130 channels and hear what you've been missing. Welcome to Sirius, the best radio on radio.
Oh, game day.
Like your breakfast.
Birdwood, your new car's rolling.
It's not stolen. I just bought it.
It's gonna hit that truck.
There's no need to swear. Hot car, huh? It's on fire.
Do you have new car replacement? Call Allstate to sign up today. Are you in good hands?
This fall, 6 fans who have never met will be forced out on the road. They will endure pain, withstand unbridled rituals, and survive the natives. Find out what happens when fans give up the luxuries of home and get going. Follow the crews going south, going big, and going west. All season long at cstv.com/roadtripcentral.
Rice able to get the 2-point conversion with 4:23 to go in the third quarter. And here's another look at that.
Casey just comes in motion, a little misdirection. Houston's defender initially goes to the right. They go back against it. And a good throw to Wardlow in the back of the end zone. So they get their 2 points, Tom. Coaching staff knows what they're doing.
The shootout continues here at Robertson Stadium. And Rice will kick it away. Remember, the mistakes for Houston this afternoon have come on kickoff return. This is Avery at the 1-yard line. Avery's got tremendous speed, but not enough blocking to take advantage of it. Takes it up to 19, an 18-yard return. Rice was able to answer with a solid scoring drive behind Chase Clement. 6 plays, 65 yards, just over a minute.
Most importantly, again, it was answering that very good Houston drive. Case Keenum had come in and engineered a very effective drive as he continues to play here in the second half.
Keenum part of this 2-quarterback system for Houston. Blake Joseph, sophomore from Bryan, Texas, played the entire first half. Keenum gives it off to the running back. This is Ganaway, and Ganaway takes it past the 35 to the 37-yard line. Another Cougar first down on an 18-yard scamper for Ganaway.
You can sort of see these teams make adjustments as Rice has made some adjustments to try to slow down that outside wide receivers. 500 yards of Houston offense. The middle of the field is suspect, and so you see Ganaway getting a nice gain.
Keenum finds Avery, looking for some blockers, got a big hit from Aykroyd, and take it down to the 47-yard line. Big number 77 came out of nowhere and earholed somebody for a 9-yard gain.
It was great effort by Scott Solomon, his left defensive end position. That's what you're taught. You're taught to pass rush, and you get up the field when the ball is out, get to the football. And Donnie Avery's out there trying to make a play. Big number 93 doesn't end up making a tackle, but gets out there and slows down Donnie Avery.
Second and short, out of the I formation, the Cougars hand it off to Ganaway, and he muscles his way to the logo, and that's good enough for Houston first down. They needed 2, running behind Kenneth Atkinson, senior, out of Houston's Hastings High School. First down, Houston. Allred trying to cut it up. Loses a yard.
Allred takes the direct snap.
Another play by Kitchens.
I'm impressed with the play of Randy Kitchens, who's come in and good technique, good fundamentals. He stayed at home, and that time the direct snap again to Allred. Randy Kitchens right there comes in and makes the play.
Empty set now for Houston. The entire line turns and looks at the sign. Allred, the inside receiver. Quickly to Avery. Avery looking for a block. Loses a man on his own. Here he goes. Nice cutback for Donnie Avery. And he lurches forward to the 26-yard line. L.J. Castile, as soon as that catch is made, tried to spring him. He didn't really need that much help.
Yeah, pretty good job by Castile out there. Just enough of a little bit of a block right there. And then it's Donnie Avery just breaking the would-be tackle of Gary Anderson. There's just a little block right there, but this is Donnie Avery just making people miss. And Gary Anderson not wrapping up, and another huge gain for this Houston offense.
Single game record, 328 receiving yards for Avery today. As already said, an all-purpose yardage record this season against East Carolina.
97, Thompson on the stop. Gain of 2, second down 8.
Second and 8. Ulrich next to Keenum. Joseph has spent the entire second half on the bench. This is Williams. And Williams knocked out of bounds. They just keep going back to the well, don't they, Trev?
Well, they go to
speedsters, get it in their hands.
That's right, going to the well. But right now, just doing that horizontal passing. They had a little success in the middle of the field running Ganaway. You establish that run a little bit, then you just throw the quick passes horizontally out to the boundary, get the ball in the hands of your playmakers, and let them try to make a play.
Robert Calhoun came off the field just then, and his coach is not happy with him. He's getting a talking to over behind the Rice bench. He may have been limping off the field. Keenum goes on the run. Quick toss. Catch made by Avery. And that was a quick release, but it's short of the first down on the spot. It'll be 4th and 1.
Rice that time brought a little pressure off of the edge, and Keenum does a nice job of recognizing it and getting rid of the football. It's 4th down, Tom. What do you think they're going to do?
I don't know. The field goal kicker didn't perform against East Carolina. Missed one with 3 seconds left. Had a whole lot of trust in the kicking game. A ton of it, though, in this wild offense. Flag on the play. 2 men in motion. It was Ganaway and Ulrich, who are very rarely in the game together. They're working out of split backs. They were both moving before the snap.
Prior to the snap, full start. Number 64, offense.
A bunch of people jumped. That was Michael Bloch, junior from Spring, Texas, making his 16th straight start. Blesh, pardon me. You said it earlier, Trev. You thought this offense was a little more comfortable operating in a 4th and 6 instead of a 4th and 1.
Yeah, I don't think they really consider, obviously there's the turnover and downs if you don't make it on 4th down, but where most teams would be punting it or going for a field goal, you see this team almost 64% on the season, pretty comfortable going for it on 4th down.
Quickly to Avery, good hands, first down, a little bit more, and he's down to the 10. Donnie Avery's day today is the most prolific receiving day in the season in all of NCAA football. 346 yards receiving for Donnie Avery.
Justin Apt again with an opportunity to make a play, just sitting out there. There's a little quick throw, and 14 Apt comes up to make the play, doesn't wrap up, and Houston finds themselves with another first down.
First and goal for Houston. And that Houston defense seeing guys fall out. That's Apt being helped to the sideline. Already they lost Robert Calhoun on this drive.
First and goal.
They're playing without Brian Raines at linebacker. Ganaway almost fumbled the exchange. He'll find a couple of yards regardless, and that will set up 2nd and goal. So the 3rd quarter comes to an end with Houston knocking on the door once again. Can they get in and make it a game?
Hey, boss, do we have Aflac?
Yeah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
Eric Clapton. His music,
his story. Complete Clapton. 36 songs from 1968 to 2006. For the first time ever in one collection. Featuring Tears in Heaven, Layla, Wonderful Tonight, and much more. And Clapton, the autobiography. His words, his story, and the most anticipated memoir of the year. Both in stores now.
Well, nothing transforms a room quite like a fathead. The size, the amazing detail, but capturing a moment that big, it's not easy. As a fathead photographer, you've got to be fast. You have to have reflexes like a jungle cat, like a ninja, like a ninja cat. You need to be half cat, half ninja. Maybe 60-40 ninja?
Real big Fathead. The biggest players, the biggest moments. Never looked so real. Get yours today at fathead.com.
Hello and welcome. Please listen closely as I demonstrate the safe and simple features of this pay-per-view experience. First, make sure your receiver is securely fastened to a phone line. Then, using your remote control, carefully tune to your pay-per-view movie or event and press firmly on the select button. You can also order online or feel free to use the phone, but your remote is your best option. And finally, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
A wild contest now has Houston facing a second and goal as we start the fourth quarter from Robertson Stadium. The Cougars and the Rice Owls in a battle for the Bayou Bucket. Those are the winner of this crosstown rivalries. These two schools separated by only 3.6 miles as the crow flies. Here's Keenum rolling, and he gets dragged down by the face mask. There'll be an automatic first down, move him a little bit closer if that's a personal foul. And remember, this Rice team playing with Vernon James now. Here's what Donnie Avery has accomplished today.
He's got to be exhausted. Second play of the game, a little slant and just non-stop. His ability offensively to stretch the field, his hands on the sideline, short passes. There comes back when the quarterback was under duress. Again, makes a great play. Breaking tackles. Donnie Avery just having a huge game for this Houston offense.
The numbers are astounding. 427 total yards today for Donnie Avery.
That's a school record for all-purpose yards. Had 350 earlier in the season.
There's an automatic first down on the penalty. Here's Anthony Allridge. Gets perhaps 1 yard and leaves second and goal now. The flag was on Vernon James, who's backing up Brian Raines, who has not played today.
427 yards for an individual. I mean, there's a lot of offense. Nebraska can't get 400 yards of offense as a team.
They can give it up.
Oh, they can give it up now. You have 600, 700, whatever you need. 427 yards. Donnie Avery earning the scholarship in this game.
Keenum keeps it, scores. Fourth rushing touchdown of the season for Case Keenum.
What makes this offense so difficult, they beat you all day with the wide receivers. You spread them out again. All you need is a little crease, a little option to the right, and Keenum finds the hole into the end zone for a touchdown.
Seems like they've taken advantage of a depleted second line on that right team. A couple of linebackers out, including Robert Calhoun, who went down on that last drive. They hit the road with CSTV's Going South. Matt and Nate have gone from the Lumberyard in Simsboro, Louisiana on Tuesday to the Madness on the hardwood at Rupp Arena last night. As you see their visit to Hattiesburg, Mississippi, talking Brett Favre, Kill, Mississippi. This week, LSU at Kentucky going on today. They're at the side of the CBS SEC Game of the Week. Scroll down to Going South at CSTV.com to see what truly makes SEC football.
Tom, I think it's important to note 14 minutes left here now in this ball game, and I think it's pretty important that Rice understands, and certainly to do, that this offense is going to have to go down and score. And you get the sense that Houston's not going to be stopped offensively. So a 6-point lead certainly is not safe in this game. I think you're going to need at least another score, maybe 10 points out of this Rice offense to hang on here.
LSU's up 27-21, so Andre Woodson and company making a game of that.
I really thought that that was going to be a good game. And I really think that Kentucky probably functions better as a program as they continue to learn how to become a dominant program. They function better as that team trying to earn respect, trying to gain respect, being the underdog in the game. It's a whole different animal when you're the team that has the target on your chest. Carry a whole lot more with you.
A high, relatively short kickoff taken at the 10 by DeCorey Shepard. DeCorey Shepard out to the 30, still on his feet. And he takes it out to the 35-yard line, a 25-yard return for the junior from Lufkin, Texas.
On the return.
So here's the Rice offense again after this nice return by Shepard.
Good field position again for Rice and Shepard. One thing about this Rice team, man, they fight you. They just keep playing, play after play. Again, should have been down there. Another about 10 yards after initial contact. And now Shepard goes off. Looks like a shoulder or something with him.
The Rice team, which has been banged up from the first day of two-a-days, and that continues here tonight. You know, it's funny talking to coaches. They don't have a lot of numbers. They don't have a lot of guys. And when most teams start two-a-days and then school starts, they get some more walk-ons out on the field. But they don't even really have a scout team because they have such a small roster.
Coaches were talking about that's what made going against Houston so much more difficult for them. If you don't even have a scout team and you have all these formations and you're trying to figure these things out, and essentially got about 2.5 days with the players to try to figure it out, that's why this Houston offense is so difficult to defend for anybody, and probably even more for Rice.
Yeah, they talked about running the Houston plays just off of cards, which is, you know, kind of what you may have done back in high school. So you've got your maybe second string offense out there looking at a card. That's awfully time consuming when you go out and try to set up and imitate another team's offense.
Yeah, well, the point is when you have a scout team is that you don't have to have the #1 offense going against the #1 defense. And essentially what the Rice coaches and Coach Maliff was telling us is that they're almost set up a little bit like they're an NFL team. You know, the NFL, you have your starting offense, and then the starting defense will essentially play scout team for you. So they simply don't have the numbers, but you know, a lot of freshmen that have played, and as this season wears on, they continue to get playing time. We're going to see some increased level of play out of those freshmen.
2nd and 7 now. Clement working from the shadows. Catch made. Another first down. Hauled in, even though Houston says he hit the turf, and it did. The umpire in there to make the judge. Incomplete, looking for Jared Dillard.
That time Houston's going to come with a little pressure off the corner, and Clement does a good job of recognizing it, gets it out to Dillard, and can't come up with the catch.
Rice has had 12 possessions. They've scored on 8 of them. 6 touchdowns, a pair of field goals, and now 3rd down. Rice is 7 of 13 on 3rd down conversions today.
Completed crucial passes has Chase Clement on 3rd down.
Pressure on. Clement steps up. He is past the line, has to run with it, and has nowhere to go. Just a couple of yards, and that will leave 4th and about 5.
Chase Clement's not going to get the first down there, but just great awareness and feel in the pocket as Chris Pilot and Philip Hunt were coming from the outside. They literally ran into one another as Clement felt that pressure, stepped up into the pocket. A good stop for that Houston defense.
Rice lines up to punt. Luke Juice, the leading tackler, as the punter. He stands just outside the 40. Almost had a block. They may have gotten a piece of it. I don't know how they didn't get all of it. It goes out of bounds right at the 20. They'll spot that just outside the 20. So we step away for a timeout. It'll be Houston's ball when we get back to Robertson.
The finest leather boots are at Big Phil's Boot Sacks.
To celebrate the special flavor of football in the South, CSTV is turning the pregame show and the pregame tailgate on their heads. Every Saturday at noon, get a taste of the Chick-fil-A SEC tailgate. We're spicing up the weekend with SEC legends, coaches, cook-offs, and you, the ultimate fans fantasy. So join us live and on location before the CBS SEC Game of the Week. The Chick-fil-A SEC tailgate, next Saturday at noon on CSTV.
I'm Chad Johnson, all-pro wide receiver, and I am a GoDaddy customer. You can catch me for a couple hours on Sunday, or you can catch me at my website at any time. GoDaddy has everything you need to get online. GoDaddy. GoDaddy. .com names, website builders, hosting, email, you name it. Go get yours and tell them Ocho Cinco sent you. .com name for just $1.99. ChadJohnson85.com from GoDaddy.
Rice is on top of Houston by 6 points here, a couple minutes into the fourth quarter. Case Keenum has engineered a pair of scoring drives. Here's a guy who's just red hot starting the second half, 12 of 13.
That interception off the hands of a wide receiver wasn't a bad decision. He's really come in and sparked this offense. And Blake Joseph certainly played well in the first half. Both these quarterbacks bringing something different to the game.
Yeah, you combine them and they'll make you forget about Kevin Cobb real quick. 546 passing yards between Joseph and Keenum for 3 touchdowns, and they're 23 of 31. Cobb, the 4-year starter here. You asked Art Briles about that. Here he is working with Cliff Kingsbury for 4 years, Kevin Cobb for 4 years. How does that change? And it certainly is a challenge, but he didn't phrase it like that.
No, you know, he said with the others, you kind of go into camp and you're like working on 4, 5, and 6. You don't have to worry about 1, 2, and 3.
Keenum stepping up. The pump fake will give him a couple more yards. Goes backwards for a few. And on second down, finishes just a couple of yards shy of the sticks. 3rd and 2. That's that 5-yard scramble.
I think you can see what Coach Briles likes about Case Keenum and sort of his awareness and ability, that factor to make the play and use his feet, bring up a 3rd and short. But you know, I got to tell you, as a coach, if I'm Art Briles, I mean, sometimes you coach long enough, and it might be refreshing to go back to the 1, 2, and 3s. You know, you get these young quarterbacks and see them develop, and certainly he developed Kevin Cobb. It's not like he came in, but at some point, you know, you got a guy who started 50 career games. You don't have to go back to the little things, and so it can be energizing for a coach to teach the fundamentals and techniques of the position again.
Another Rice defender banged up. Don't forget, SEC Game Room coming up next. Tennessee won at Mississippi State. Alabama won at Ole Miss, and LSU and Kentucky still in action on CBS. Carry up the middle on 3rd and short, and a Houston first down. Kenneth Atkins leading the way, lost his helmet, but did enough to lead the way and pave the way for Terrence Ganaway's 4-yard run.
You can see these drives with Case Keenum. Obviously, you don't care how long the drive takes if you score a touchdown, but time-consuming drives, allowing the Houston defense to rest a little bit. I mean, they haven't exactly stopped the Rice offense either.
Quick toss. This is Allridge trying to get some blocking. He springs free, but he stepped out of bounds.
That's just sort of the point with Allridge. I mean, you've got 2 defenders out there, 1 wide receiver, so you obviously have the numbers if you're Rice. And Carl Taylor is standing out there, but because of the playmaking ability of Anthony Allridge, you get him a pass that goes about 2 yards. He turns it into an 8 or 9 yard gain.
Second and 1. The call coming in from the sideline. Art Briles checks the scoreboard. Gave the sign to Case Keenum, but had a hard time seeing it because of the setting sun. And Allridge with the carry, sheds 2 men, picks up the first down. Nice solid run by Allridge. And this is a Rice team, Trev. It should be mentioned they're playing with a bunch of 3rd and 4th string guys right now because they're so banged up on defense.
They're so banged up, there's no depth. They're not able to rotate people. And what you're starting to see, of course, is those mixed tackles. And that time, Vernon James had an opportunity at his strong side linebacker position to come up and make a play. And another missed tackle. And part of it's Anthony Allridge. Part of it, again, is the depth problem. And his defense is getting tired.
Cheta Ozugwu is now playing linebacker. He's looking deep. is Keenum, and the ball is almost intercepted. Brandon King got his fingertips on it. A long incompletion.
Avery's going to be a little upset because he had King beaten that time to the inside, had a clear path for a touchdown, and the ball simply was to the outside. King actually made a nice adjustment on the ball in the midair and almost came up with the interception. Those were the passes that we saw Blake Joseph throw so well in the first half.
Ryan Craig and Vernon James in there at linebacker, both second-string guys. Calhoun has left the game with an injury. Raines is never on the field. This is Gerard Harvey. Harvey trying to dance his way to the sideline, gets dragged down by King and forced out of bounds, and that will leave 3rd and 4.
Good job of Harvey that time using the stiff arm. And I got to tell you, he's a defensive guy. I've seen it a lot in college football this year. And I know coaches are teaching it a little bit more. Wide receivers and running backs doing a great job using the stiff arm to get those extra yards. And nothing that irritates you more as a defender when you're trying to come up and make a play, drive your feet, wrap up, make a tackle, and the guy sticks his hand in your face mask. Of course, you as a defender can't come near his face mask, but he has every right to thrust his hand into yours.
Interesting perspective from a former defensive player. Keenum wants to dump it off. He finds his tight end. This is Hafner. Picked up after another Houston first down. Going for a dozen yards is Hafner.
Finding some of those matchups with these backup linebacker defenders for Rice. Again, seen them challenging to the outside time and time again, getting the ball to their playmakers on the outside. Then in the middle of the field, there's Mark Hafner again. Difficult matchup for the defenders of Rice. Well, what would your perspective be on that, Tom?
No, I don't have a perspective. That's
well, I'm asking you to come up with one. If you could.
Call me later in the week. 1st and 10. Aldridge all around the end. Here goes Anthony Aldridge. Look at this speed. He's going to run it in to tie it up. 33 yards for number 22, and he turned on the afterburners once he got to the corner.
Another great run by Anthony Aldridge, and that time they caught Rice playing man-to-man. Gary Anderson is on the outside, number 1, playing man-to-man, running down the field. Doesn't realize that it's a running play, comes off the receiver, but it's too late. It's another touchdown for Houston.
In his defense, why would you come off of any of these Houston receivers? They've proved to be difficult to handle today. The extra point puts the Cougars in front with 8:16 to go here at Robertson Stadium. Anthony Aldridge was running straight downhill on this one, all the way in from 33 yards out.
Extreme power of Energizer Lithium, the world's longest lasting AA battery and high-tech devices. Energizer, keep going.
Hey Tracy, what do you think of the new wheels?
Now you got it.
You don't get to the top of your game by making dumb decisions. So choose the tire that sets records, wins championships, and controls the competition from start to finish. BF Goodrich Tires. Take control.
Next Saturday in Football Nation, the defending ACC champions Wake Forest take on Navy and their top-ranked rushing attack. It's all part of a full day of college football action on CSTV starting at 1.
On the game.
Houston has gone in front by 1, 3rd straight scoring drive engineered by Case Keenum.
Well, you wonder how Donnie Avery can impact the game more ways than one here at wide receiver. He's going to go right down the field to get the seal block here. A little pitch to the outside to Ulrich. And as the play develops, you can see man-to-man so concerned about Donnie Avery and Gary Anderson. Of course, that's his responsibility, but doesn't realize it's a running play. So Donnie Avery with over 400 yards of all-purpose yards, paying close attention to him, impacts the play. As Anthony Ulrich is in for the end zone.
That was pretty good coverage, though. I mean, they weren't throwing the ball, but he was right.
That's why we ask you for the analysis, Tommy.
It's just science coming from this side. Kickoff goes into the end zone. Well, what's going on in the SEC right now? Find out on SEC Game Room coming up next year on CSTV. Our crew tracking all the live games, breaking down everything that's happened with insight and inside information. That's interesting. SEC Game Room, it's SEC action with CSTV attitude. Big win for Philip Fulmer. Going on the road to Starkville.
27-24, LSU, Kentucky.
LSU's in front of us.
7 minutes left to go.
Big weekend in Lexington with Midnight Madness last night. Casey has the ball in his hands. Thors gets spun around at the logo. Still finds 4 yards. 23-year-old freshman after 4 years of minor league baseball. Speaking of Tennessee, played in Fort Worth, Texas with former Tennessee standout, current Kansas City Royal Luke Hochaver.
See James Casey, or Tom calls him Thor, as he comes down the line of scrimmage and spins back into the defender. Good gain on first down. Of course, it's imperative now. Rice down 1. 7 minutes left. They've not shown that they can slow down Houston's offense at all. A long, time-consuming drive is just what the doctor ordered for Tom Herman.
Clement, play action. They fake it into the line. He wants to throw on the run. Had Dillard tripped up. No flag. They could only call it incidental contact. The defender went to his feet. Simon stayed on his feet, but it was Keith Fontenette that Dillard had to hurdle over. Kenneth Fontenette, excuse me.
Kenneth Fontenette just loses his footing out there about the hash, and Jared Dillard trying to step over him. Sort of trips up, can't get under the ball. Now crucial third down again, and Rice has been so good all afternoon on third down. Chase Clement has showed great poise and leadership on third down.
They've hit on it half of them, 7 of 14. Good blocking up front. Here's Dillard, first down and more. Here goes Jared Dillard, fighting off men almost to midfield before Cody Lubachaski brings him down. It goes for 23 yards.
What a great throw that time by Chase Clement. We've talked about his leadership, his poise, making big plays when he's had to. Good protection again from the offensive line. You know where he's going to go with the football in a crucial situation, and Dillard does a great job of beating Harry Simon to the inside, and another first down for Rice.
The 8th time they've converted third down in this afternoon's game. Clement, incomplete, trying to get it to Tommy Henderson. Just threw a little bit high.
Houston trying to get some pressure on Clement that time, comes with some pressure off the edge, and Clement does a great job realizing he needs to get the ball out. Needs the hot read, can't complete the pass. Well, I don't know about this slow start for Chase Clement. First 5 games, he's looked like an outstanding Conference USA quarterback to me this afternoon.
Putting up big numbers, 23 of 39, and the ball gets popped out. Loose ball handled by Houston. A turnover finally goes the Cougars' way. Philip Hunt knocked it away. Shamari Williams was there to gobble it up.
Art Briles is going to go back and watch this film defensively, and he's going to be awfully thankful for Philip Hunt. And Philip Hunt has been relentless in his pursuit of Chase Clement all afternoon. Great job of beating the block, forcing the turnover, and Shamari Williams stepping in for the injured Brendan Pahulu does a great job, and finally Houston's the beneficiary of a turnover in this game.
6:39 remaining as Houston takes over again. And a jump on the left side of the line for the Cougars. See what the call is with Keenum back in there. You know,
Number 38, offense. 5-yard
fullback
penalty.
Jake Evans sometimes lines up as a tight end or an H-back. First turnover of the game for Rice, gives it back to Houston, and both of their quarterbacks have been tremendous today. In the second half, it's been Case Keenum leading them on a few touchdown drives.
The interesting thing is both those quarterbacks had the same weapons to deal with. Donnie Avery and Duron Harvey and Anthony Ulrich.
This is certainly a system that places a lot of value on the quarterback. It's almost like today you could plug anybody in back there.
You don't want to understate the effect of both of these quarterbacks, but I got to tell you.
Look at the sidearm toss on the run from Keenum. Trying to get it out to Tarek Williams. Picks up 5 yards, will leave 2nd and 10.
I guess where the importance again comes in at the position is getting rid of the football quickly and making your reads quick, having the quick release. So I think there are some tangible things in terms of the arm strength and then the quick release, but the intangibles of knowing where to go with the ball, you have to get it into their hands quickly so your playmakers can make plays before the defense has a chance to react. And certainly both of those quarterbacks have shown that ability so far this evening.
Trips to the top. Lone receiver down to the bottom of the formation for Houston is Duron Harvey, and they give it inside to Ulrich. And Ulrich 4 yards, 3rd and 6 forthcoming for Houston. Don't forget, coming up next, complete recap of action in college football in the SEC game room. As soon as we get done here in Houston.
An update on your Missouri Tigers?
I do not yet. Chase Daniel was the first, Art Briles was the first college coach to offer Missouri quarterback Chase Daniel a scholarship, and he was a sophomore coming out of South Lake Carroll. Quick slant, incomplete. Avery couldn't haul it in. That'll bring up 4th down. Can you imagine Chase Daniel in this offense?
No. Imagine Chase Daniel in any offense. You and I were talking about him, and it's not an arrogance, but it's just this confidence that he has. And Art Briles talked about that too. And some of those intangibles he looks for these quarterbacks, as you mentioned earlier, having Case Keenum at his camp and seeing him and sort of the way he carried himself. You can tell an awful lot by a quarterback with how he carries himself. Certainly Chase Daniel carries himself that way, as does Case Keenum.
This is only the 2nd punt of the day for Houston, and Chase Turner is trying to kill this one inside the 5. It'll go out the 1. An unbelievable bounce by Chase Turner. The special teams were horrible in the first half for Houston, stepping up big here in the 4th quarter.
It's Bobby Bowden statue. Hold your breath until we pass it.
They hit Bobby Bowden's statue.
So lifelike.
Dude.
Get him!
Do you have accident forgiveness? Call Allstate to sign up today. Are you in good hands?
Now get big arms, a ripped chest, and cut abs with the Perfect Push-Up. The Perfect Push-Up works with the natural rotation of your arms and shoulders to maximize results and minimize stress on your body. With the Perfect Push-Up, your hands, arms, and shoulders rotate 90 degrees, just like in a punch. All the energy of a push-up is captured and transmitted right where you want it, to the muscles. There's no wasted effort, just muscle-building movement. And as your arms rotate, you feel it work in your biceps, your triceps, your chest and abs, and your shoulders. Invented by a U.S. Navy SEAL and made with steel and a ball-bearing movement, it's the push-up perfected. So here's the deal. The Perfect Push-Up is only 2 payments of $19.95. When you order, you'll receive 2 Perfect Push-Up rotational handles, and you'll also receive the Navy SEAL-inspired Perfect Push-Up workout chart. You'll be ripped in no time. Get big fast. Call right now for the Perfect Push-Up.
Call 1-800-640-6823.
CSTV Football Nation has been brought to you by Sirius Satellite Radio. Hear what you've been missing on Sirius, the best radio on radio. And by Under Armour. The advantage is undeniable. Rice backed up with 5 minutes to go at their 1-yard line. Trailing by 1. Can they get it out? Just barely. Their main weapon is Jarrett Dillard. We told you about Jarrett Dillard and Donnie Avery to start this broadcast.
The numbers are simply astounding for Donnie Avery, but really here, 427 yards. That's the all-purpose yards. 346 yards in receptions, but over 400 yards of total offense. A Houston record for all-purpose yards in a game.
Have they done a good enough job of getting the ball to Dillard on 6 catches?
I'd go for him right here, absolutely.
2nd and 10. Clement looking, got 2-man route on the near side. Here is Dillard, catch number 7 and a first down. Max protection, you had Dillard and Dixon on the near side.
And see what they're doing, and Rice is doing a good job finding ways to get to the ball to Dillard as Torrin Dixon. They run sort of routes where they're kind of not really a pick route, but they're crossing routes just enough to create some space for Clement to get the ball to Jarrett Dillard.
Now Dillard on his own at the bottom, matched up with Lois Means. A freshman. Chase Clement checks the defense. They show blitz and drop off. Houston brings 4. Clement looking deep. Incomplete. That was Torrin Dixon. Had a good turn on the ball.
21 Brinkley on the defense for Houston.
Both teams trying to make do without first-line guys. Quinn Williams is out of this game at cornerback for Houston, so Brandon Brinkley stepping up in a starting role today.
I think you'd have to say for the most part these Houston corners have played fairly well. Certainly Dillard's caught some balls and these wide receivers have caught balls. They just haven't given up the huge big play.
Batted away at the line of scrimmage. That was L. Ash. I talked with L. Ash after one of the games last year in Houston. He's a Tennessee guy. He's originally from New Jersey, played for Philip Fulmer in Knoxville, and then transferred to Houston. And he just had this easygoing smile on his face that seemed to suggest, you know what, I love the family here. That big-time program in Tennessee is good for some. I'm happy to be in Houston. 3rd and 10. Rice has excelled in 3rd downs today. 8 of 15. They came in dead last in the conference. Houston brings only 3. Clement wants to run and dumps it out of bounds. Pressure again from Philip Hunt.
We've talked about Philip Hunt all evening long, and again it's big number 53 getting the pressure off the edge, just beating the block that time in the backfield, and Clement simply having to get rid of the football, does his best to try to escape. And Rice's offensive line's been battling, hasn't played poorly, but they just have not been able to control the consistent pressure of Philip Hunt.
4:08 to go. Rice has 2 timeouts remaining, and they line up to punt from their own end zone. A good-looking kick. Will take a nice little hop and roll out of bounds at the 26.5-yard line. Now they need their defense to step up here in this Conference USA matchup from Houston's Robertson Stadium. A battle for the Bayou Bucket. And then later tonight at the Rock in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, it's SMU and Southern Miss at 7:30 Eastern. With dual-threat quarterback Justin Willis trying to lead the Mustangs. Will there be enough to go against that Southern Miss defense? Carter Blackwater and Brian Jones have the call tonight from Hattiesburg.
Talked about Philip Hunt and just how dominant he's been on defense. The only thing, of course, that overshadows his performance has been the unbelievable offensive performance of Donnie Avery. But Philip Hunt has really led this defense of the Cougars at crucial situations, getting pressure.
Keenum hands it off. Houston would be content just to let that clock tick away, and that's Ganaway with a 3-yard gain on 1st down, and now Ganaway gets a breather.
Make that a gain of 3. It'll be 7-7.
3.5 minutes to go from Houston. Keenum at quarterback has played the entirety of the second half after Blake Joseph had a solid first half. Keenum kept that one. He gets stood up and dropped. He took that one out of the hands of his running back, Anthony Aldridge.
Good job that time by Rice's defense of staying home. Again, this is that little zone inside read for handoff, and Vernon James again with a nice play at linebacker.
That'll be a 30-second timeout.
Third and 7. What a game here today from Houston. Big numbers put up by both offenses. But once again, Trev, the game decided by turnovers. Don't forget, SEC Game Room coming up next. The latest news from around the Southeastern Conference. Turnovers in the first half helped Rice build a big lead. The key turnover in the fourth quarter gave it back to Houston.
There's always that fine line of coaches, you know, you talk about the turnovers, and well, yeah, the offense turned the ball over, but certainly the defense, special teams has a part of that as well. So Rice, Coach Bailiff's team, deserves some credit for creating some of those turnovers, at least recovering the turnovers when Houston made them, intercepting the balls, and then offensively converting on those turnovers.
3rd and 6 for Case Keenum. On the option. Keeps it himself. He's got a first down and a nice cutback all the way to midfield. 21-yard scamper by Keenum. Rice with just one timeout remaining.
This is a Rice defense, Tom, that is fighting and scratching, but they're flat out tired. They're just starting to lose the battle. You could call a hold right there on the offensive line, but bring in those fresh legs of Case Keenum. Bring a little option, seal off that edge, and he does a great job of reading it correctly, cutting back, and getting a very important first down. Rice now with only one timeout left.
Aldridge hit in the backfield, gets away from both guys and keeps on going. Now he bounces it. Anthony Aldridge trying to be kitchen. He is gone. 50-yard sprint for Anthony Aldridge.
It's a 50-yard sprint for Anthony Aldridge, not because necessarily only of his individual athleticism. You'll see him here. Tackle should have been made in the backfield. George Chukwu does a nice job of penetration, but can't wrap up. And we talked about a worn-down Rice defense, a tired defense, and then just the speed of Aldridge to get to the outside.
Flag on the play, a flag on the awaiting extra point. And they're going to back the Cougars up for this extra point. Aldridge 189 yards and 4 touchdowns today for Houston. 56 on the board for the Cougars. Averaging 8.6 yards a carry. Not bad for a guy who joined the program as a running back, but there wasn't room for him in the backfield, so they moved him out as a wide receiver. And it's fitting that he's wearing camouflage on his head because they haven't been able to find him all day. Bayou bucket will be unveiled after the game. It will likely stick with these Cougars.
Pretty tough when you're a running back that rushes for 189 yards and have 4 touchdowns, and probably not going to win player of the game honors.
Nobody's going to want to talk to him after the game.
Nice game, Anthony. Where's Donnie?
Shasta happy to be back home on the home turf. Didn't want to see any Ducks today. Smiles abound for these Houston Cougars, the defending Conference USA champs. And talking with Art Wiles yesterday, there was a sense of frustration. So we just got to put it together. We haven't been playing bad. And we haven't been not showing up. We gave Alabama a game at their place in front of 92,000. We just got to find a way to fire on all cylinders.
We just got to win.
Yeah.
He's got to win. You know, and I mean, really, though, I mean, if you're real honest about it, Tom, they're going to come out of this game, they're going to have a win, but they're going to go back and look at film, and it's the same ugly things that keep rearing their head that affect this team. I mean, it's the turnovers, it's special teams. They were 117th in the nation in net punting. The missed field goals. They still don't have confidence in their kicker now. 110th in the nation in turnover margin. So it's still those same things that have affected the effectiveness of this team.
And Chase Clement's career day has been overshadowed by the Houston offense. Trailing by 8, 2:20 to go. This thing's certainly not over, and it's off the hands of Dillard. Tip ball hauled in, and the pick by Houston. They'll be able to wrap it up. Lois Means, the freshman out of Madison High School, hauled it in on the tip drill.
We've been talking a lot about the freshmen at Rice who've had to step in, but how about the play of the true freshman Lois Means? Obviously, the tip drill, not necessarily a great individual effort as you see the ball sail, but just reaches up left hand, brings it down, and true freshman can look up in the rivalry game. It's another big play for Lois Means.
First career interception for Lois Means. Rice had one timeout remaining. They used their last timeout. And a couple of Houston players slow to get up. Can't see a number on the injured player right now for the Houston Cougars. That is Kenneth Atkins, a senior out of Houston's Hastings High School.
Looking forward for these two teams, Tom. The Houston next week goes on the road to play UAB. Callaway's crew and Dave Bailiff and Rice chance to play Memphis at home.
This isn't the only CUSA game on CSTV today. They're waiting over in Hattiesburg to get started tonight under the lights at the Rock. Emmanuel Sanders for SMU, the leading receiver in Conference USA with 7 catches a game. Gerald McGrath, another in the long line of great Southern Miss defenders. Second in the nation with more than 12 tackles a game. That's later tonight on CSTV. Houston has 3 timeouts remaining. Rice just burned its last.
Second and 10 for the Cougars on the last 37.
On second down, Allridge gets tripped up in the backfield. Bernie James tackle.
Pretty good effort from this Rice team, Tom. Time and time again, we saw the resiliency. Remember, early in the game, Houston scored 2 quick touchdowns to go up 14-0, and Rice just kept scratching, kept fighting. created some turnovers, converted on those turnovers. I think in the end, the youth, the injuries, the inexperience defensively just caught up. With Chuck Griesbach, defensive coordinator, of course, Dave Bailiff, the head coach.
Keenum hands it off again to Ulrich. Will he get another? Ulrich wisely stays in bounds, takes it down to the 22-yard line. He continues to add to his bottom line with a 17-yard run.
Inside handoff, the zone read. There's that offensive line again. And anytime you have a hole like that, the defensive lineman not able to get off those blocks. Good job of blocking, good job of reading, good job of getting through the seam. As you mentioned, Tom, smart play by Anthony Ulrich as he stays in bounds. Rice helps off. There's Robert Calhoun, who had limped off before. Courageously had come back, tried to play again. Anthony Ulrich, 24 carries, over 200 yards. There's Calhoun.
This Rice defense has had to attempt to overcome so many injuries, so many key players. I think playing without Raines for this entire game and Calhoun for the majority of it had a big impact today on Rice, especially on that touchdown run where Ryan Craig got caught up inside. I'm not sure if that's a play that Robert Calhoun definitely makes, but
well, it's a depth issue, Tom, because when you can't rotate anybody and you're on the field the entire game, especially playing against this basketball on grass type of an offense where you're sprinting all over the place, you have no depth. Suddenly you start missing tackles, the angles aren't there, you can't get off of blocks, and certainly wasn't because they didn't have the effort.
Victory formation for Houston. Rice is out of timeouts. They will have to snap it one more time. Donnie Avery is blowing kisses to the crowd. I hope he's blowing it to the crowd and not the Rice team, but there's a couple of folks over there, maybe his family in number 2 jerseys. They just announced here that he set a Conference USA and University of Houston record in total yards, and now he's somersaulting across the field. Is it over, Donnie? Can you celebrate? You bet you can. A fantastic game for number 2. Now let's take a look, as you are right now, taking a look at our Sirius satellite radio player of the game.
His impact was early, wasn't it, Tom? Second play of the game. Simple little pass, splits the defenders and shows his speed into the end zone for a touchdown.
Wasn't done there. Again, Blake Joseph able to go deep over the top to a guy with Donnie Avery's speed. And then a quick hitch, able to take it through defenders. Both Donnie Avery and Anthony Ulrich showed their speed, and Houston holds on to the Bayou Bucket. 427 all-purpose yards in Conference USA and University of Houston record, and Avery goes over to salute the family, and here comes the bucket. What's in that bucket, Trev?
I have no idea.
Oh, maybe some crawfish.
I did see old Cody Pre walk over there and try to grab it, though. I said, no, you're not touching that thing.
I'd like to take whatever's in the bucket, spill it out into the iron skillet, fry it up, and have a nice snack tonight. The Bayou Bucket belongs to Houston. The final score, 56-48 Cougars for Trev Alberts and our entire CSTV crew. I'm Tom Hart. For the latest scores, news, highlights, and analysis, log on to CSTV.com. This has been a presentation of CSTV, the 24-hour college sports network from CBS Sports. The battle for the bucket goes to the Cougars. So long from the University of Houston, and thanks for watching. For today, the Cougars win 56-48.
With Sirius Satellite Radio, you can hear what you've been missing. 69 music channels, from rock to pop, hip-hop to country, all 100% commercial-free. Get the best sports, like NASCAR 24/7, the NBA, and every NFL game every week, everywhere. Get the biggest and best in talk and entertainment, including, of course, Howard Stern. Get over 130 channels and hear what you've been missing. Welcome to Sirius, the best radio on radio.
So Appalachian State on the road in the big house.
One game, 4 quarters of everything these guys have in them. When suddenly, one play changes everything.
Good hold, and the kick is blocked. Appalachian State has stopped.
That's a Pontiac game-changing performance.
One of the greatest upsets in sports history.
Vote for your favorite at Pontiac.com/NCAA.
Do you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out. A special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year. The UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
3, 2, 1.
One historic night. Kurt Angle, Sting, AJ Styles, Samoa Joe, Christian Cage, Abyss, and the most talked about man in wrestling today, Adam Pac-Man Jones.
It's all about the blame.
TNA Wrestling presents Bound for Glory. Live Sunday, October 14th on DirecTV Pay-Per-View.
Hello and welcome. Please listen closely as I demonstrate the safe and simple features of this pay-per-view experience. First, make sure your receiver is securely fastened to a phone line. Then, using your remote control, carefully tune to your pay-per-view movie or event and press firmly on the select button. You can also order online or feel free to use the phone, but your remote is your best option. And finally, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Welcome, everybody, inside CSTV's Game Room. What an afternoon we've had here. Houston beating Rice, the Crosstown Conference USA rivalry, 56-48. Constant scoring in that one. Adam Zucker here with Brian Curtis and, of course, Scott Zolak, waiting up until our SMU Southern Miss game. And we're going to focus on the SEC here inside Game Room. And, of course, a great game going on right now. We've been watching here, LSU in Kentucky.
It's unbelievable. I thought Kentucky had a real chance coming into this game. I thought the difference is going to be for LSU is the fact of the matter is they don't have a quarterback that can pass them on first down. We saw that late in the game, and it hurt them.
That's a great point, Brian. We were talking during the break. They're going to be in one of these games where they're going to have to make some throws on third down. If LSU can't get something going on first down, if you got 2nd and 10, 3rd and 8, they get into trouble, and that's what we've seen here in the second half.
And last time LSU was at Kentucky, remember they dumped the Gatorade, the water a little too early, and LSU pulled off the Bluegrass miracle. So let's see what's going on in this game. We pick it up in the first quarter. Andre Woodson off a defender, and then T.C. Drake comes down with it. Kentucky up 7-zip. But LSU wakes up. Here is Charles Scott busting through the Kentucky defense. Get out there. A 55-yard gain down to the 1-yard line. He punts it in on the next play, so we're tied. Tigers up 10-7. Here's Scott again from 13 yards out. They're up 17-7. We go to the third at 17-14. Matt Flynn to Richard Dixon, wide open. They're up 24-14, but Kentucky not going away. Woodson to Jacob Tammy. Wildcats cut it to 27-21, and it's a 3-point game when Woodson drills one to Steve Johnson for a 35-yard gain. That would set up the game-tying field goal, and then at the end of regulation, Colt David could not connect from way out, so we are still tied at 27, going to overtime at Kentucky.
I think Kentucky blocks LSU's field goal in overtime. Kentucky wins it.
Wow, Scott.
Matt Flynn will throw a touchdown pass. He's like 12 of 30 so far in the game, but he's going to hit the big one when it counts.
Well, here's my prediction. If anything happens, we will let you know here on CSTV's Game Room. We're going to look at Tennessee and Mississippi State when we come back.
Good, Aaron. Cow. Cow! Yes, sweetie, cow. Cow! Paul, where are the burgers?
Register each day at 40winners.com for a chance to win free Chick-fil-A food for a year.
Welcome to the new shape of fast. Introducing the new Pontiac G6 GXP Street Edition. Pontiac, designed for action.
All right, as we told you, they're in overtime. Kentucky with the ball first, and it is tied at 27 still. We will continue to let you know if anything happens. I'm told it is 1st and goal right now for Kentucky, so they're trying to get some points on the board. There were plenty of points on the board between Tennessee and Mississippi State. Anthony Dixon, his 8th touchdown in his last 4 games. He had 109 yards rushing. The Bulldogs on top of the balls. But Tennessee answering behind Eric Ainge to Lucas Taylor. 51-yard touchdown reception. We are tied at 14. We go to the 3rd. Tennessee up 3. Arian Foster gets in, and after kicking 3 field goals, the Vols held on to win 33-21. And for the 3rd straight year, Bama Ole Miss decided by the 3 points, and for the 3rd straight year, it is Bama winning it. Crazy play at the end of this game. That it was a call where the Mississippi receiver went out of bounds, came back in at the 5-yard line, so it was not a completion. Bama got the ball back, and they win. South Carolina holding off North Carolina 21-15, a game the Gamecocks led 21-3. Smelly with 3 touchdowns in the win for the Gamecocks. And Georgia trailing against Vanderbilt 17-7. The Commodores on top of this one. Remember last year, Georgia losing in this game at home 24-22. Brian, this would be a pretty big upset, but not as big as the one that's in overtime right now.
Well, it's a huge game. I mean, the bottom line, I think, of today and every week is a season. You have to bring your A game every Saturday because you never know you're going to lose. SC lost last week. They almost lost again to Arizona at home today.
Steve Spurrier's squad survives at the end, and then you circle that date, November 10th against Florida, for the right to play probably in the SEC championship game. So the Gamecocks not out of it yet.
And Brian said every week is season. I'm told Kentucky has scored for its possession in overtime. So LSU will still have a shot here, but the Wildcats now up 33-27, awaiting the extra point or perhaps 2-point conversion. We'll just assume they'll kick one through. And hey, this would be a pretty big upset, huh?
Well, you know, the beauty of it is if you win the coin toss in overtime, Scott, in college especially, you always take the ball second because you want to know whether you need to kick a field goal or a touchdown. In this case, the pressure is really on LSU because now they know they have to score a touchdown.
That's the problem. You hope to hold them for a field goal right off the bat. Then you run what you want to run to try and get the ball in the end zone and win it easily. But not the case right now. They got a lot of pressure on them, like you said, Brian.
And with that pressure on them, we've seen some not so touch-like passes.
Well, that's the thing. Now you got to throw the football, and Kentucky lays their ears back. If I'm Kentucky right now, I put 8 guys at the line of scrimmage, line up, smack that LSU front line, because right now they're not protecting Flynn. He's got to get outside to make a play. He hasn't been able to do that the second half.
And that's the beauty of knowing as a team that Kentucky's got the touchdown lead. So now it dictates what defense they play, right, Scott?
Now you get the crowd into it. You're absolutely right, Brian. I'd play cover 2, put 8 guys in the box, and go after them.
And the crowd is very into it because the play is evidently under review. So we'll continue to keep you posted throughout the night. We'll be here for Game Room after our game that's coming up now, SMU and Southern Miss. We'll also be back at halftime, so we could have number 1 going down in mere moments. Make sure you check out CSTV.com's game tracker to see if that does happen, and we'll see you back here soon. Kickoff coming up next.
A golden evening for Golden Eagle Homecoming. Southern Miss's first ever meeting with SMU. A team and a program used to wins faces an October must-win tonight. Just 5 games into the 2007 season for SMU and Southern Miss, teams who expected to be contending for championships and go into bowl games now must turn their seasons around tonight in Hattiesburg. I'm Carter Blackburn with Brian Jones. You know, Southern Miss, as soon as you get around the rock, it's talk of conference championships. They've won it 4 times, and yet for both, really, Southern Miss and SMU, this homecoming game tonight really is a must-win.
Yeah, it definitely is. You start with the SMU Mustangs. Phil Bennett comes in here kind of on the hot seat. His team has not been playing well. He's an old defensive coach. You look at his defense the last time out, they were horrible. Very porous defense. Shoddy tackling at best. You know, he's chomping at the bit to get back out there and show that they worked hard on tackling.
Hey, you know, for Southern Miss, Jeff Bauer in his 17th season has done nothing but win. But as every coach tells you, it's what have you done for me lately? And the Golden Eagles haven't done much the last couple times out.
Oh, Coach Bauer has been here 17 seasons, played at Southern Miss. He is not happy at all with the way his team has played the last 2 weeks versus Rice. The last time right here at home at the Rock, they looked horrible for 3 quarters, almost had a gallon comeback during the 4th.
However, a big-time weapon in the backfield, sophomore running back Damian Fletcher, one of the nation's best young backs.
Oh, he is. Freshman All-American last season. He's got the moves, the shakes, the juke. He's also tough to tackle. You look at his 5'9", 5'10" stature. The young man is a beast to bring down. You're going to find that out tonight. They also utilize him in the passing game, so a big weapon for this Southern Miss offense.
Around here, the fight song is Southern to the top. And if the Golden Eagles are going to reach the top, it's time to take flight. Tonight against SMU, kickoff is next.
Before I started college courses, I charted these courses.
See, we're on course, on track.
Before I got my electronics business underway, I got these underway.
Bridge, this is main control.
The Navy got me the money I need for college.
And gave me an accelerated course to my business.
Before I start my own practice out there, I'll get the practice I need here in the Navy.
Navy, accelerate your life.
Uh-oh, that'll leave a mark. And another. If scratches, dings, and nicks drive you crazy, get Fix-It, the fast-action scratch remover from Simonize. 1, apply Fix-It to the scratch. 2, push Fix-It's high-tech formula deep into the pores of the surface. 3, just wipe it away. Got a door ding? Just fix it. That annoying nick? Fix it. You could spend over $150 at a body shop, or you could get Simonize Fix-It for only $19.95. We'll also include the finishing kit, a $30 value, yours free. You'll also get Fix-It for the home. Scratch stovetop? Fix it. Scratch refrigerator? Fix it. And it's yours free. But call right now, and we'll send you the Simonize Turbo Vac, the car vac with the muscle to pick up any mess. Yours free. You get it all. An $80 value for only $19.95. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-599-4635. Call now.
3, 2, 1 historic night. Kurt Angle, Sting, AJ Styles, Samoa Joe, Christian Cage, Abyss, and the most talked about man in wrestling today, Adam Pac-Man Jones.
It's all about the blame.
TNA Wrestling presents Bound for Glory, live Sunday, October 14th on DirecTV pay-per-view.
CSTV Football Nation is brought to you by BF Goodrich. BF Goodrich Tires, take control. By Burger King, who reminds you to have it your way. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. When they built this place back in the 30s, the football players who lifted the rocks to build this thing started calling it The Rock like it was Alcatraz. And sure enough, M. Roberts Stadium in Hattiesburg, Mississippi has earned the nickname The Rock. Tough place to play. The Golden Eagle faithful would like to see a win tonight at The Rock to pull back to 3-3 on the